our Artist of the Year for 2023, and because of that, we've had the opportunity to connect more. During these live events, we had the Hawaii Mastermind that was incredible, and one thing that means I think it's going to be clear for everyone who's watched your entry, but just in general, it was just like your work ethic and how much you show up, and your music is absolutely incredible as well. We listened to Run earlier, so
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you being a
I
part of this
mean,
community, and
I
looking
feel
forward to having
incredibly
conversation.
honored to be part of the community, and I am like so crazy that you all think that highly of me because I'm like so just like honored to be part of this group. Like you guys are all amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I appreciate you being a part of it, and you're part of what makes this community what it is. So I would love to kind of go backwards in time and hear from you if you can recall what was it initially that introduced you to modern musician, and why did you decide to kind of take the plunge and join the Gold Arts Academy?
Let's see. I'm trying to go back all the way back in time to that beginning. I must have seen some sort of thing on Instagram or something when I was just scrolling through, and because honestly, and I said this in my video, I think, even though I had been doing music for a while, I wasn't like gonna give up. I didn't feel like I wanted to. And but I was like, I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how this is sustainable. I was like sort of panicking. I was like, I'm not gonna have like a retirement fund. Like I feel like I'm still like I'm making music and I'm living off of it, but like paycheck to paycheck kind of, vibes. And I had this great little very supportive group of people, but I didn't know how to make it grow. And so that's when I saw something on Instagram, something Modern Musician. I must have clicked on it and signed up for something, and then I got a call. And when I got the call, I was on my tour in 2019. I did a tour of all 50 states by myself, just like driving around in my little Prius. And that was when I got the call. And I spoke to, I think it was Steven, and I was like, this sounds amazing. And I want to do it, but I can't right now because it was like the 3 month period. And I was like, I'm literally touring to every state in the next 3 months. So like I won't be able to do the stuff. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I just can't afford it or I can't like it's too much work. Like I literally am driving for 8 hours a day or whatever I was doing. And so and he was like, okay, understood. And then it was like the holidays and then I was on tour again. And then COVID hit, and I was like, well, I have time now. So yeah, that's when I got involved and was like, definitely need something because like the whole thing was like, oh, you can do this without touring. Like there's a path toward musician entrepreneurship without touring. Hello, we need that now. So yeah, that's how I got started.
Mm, awesome. Yeah, COVID, man, that was a whole thing. Like that.
The whole thing.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, it was a really challenging time, I think, for a lot of us. But maybe the silver lining was that for some of us, we had an opportunity to create some space to fill up with things that we wanted to do. But it became, um, yeah, we had the space for it.
Yeah.
So, coming into the program, what would you say, kind of before joining, was your biggest challenge or your biggest struggle as it related to your music career and being able to grow and reach more people?
Um, Sort of twofold, and they're related, I guess. Having enough money to do the things that I felt like need when you need to do, promotion and all of that, and having enough time to do it all. As a completely independent artist, I'm doing everything, as I'm sure most of the people here are very well aware of, and it's just like a lot. All the things that you have to do, like oh, I gotta make the music. Okay, first of all, that's a full time job. Then I have to tell people about it. Oh, I have to figure out content and be constantly posting on Instagram. That's a whole full time job. I have to be like, setting up my website, setting up my shows, all da da da. So doing it all and feeling like I was doing it all effectively, and also having enough money. But so like when you guys came to me with this idea that like, oh no, look, you can actually spend money on ads and stuff that will actually get you more people that are buying your stuff while making it back. Like, so like, because I got into a bunch of debt, not gonna lie, just trying to promote my music. And when you came with the whole like starter pack idea and the stuff where it's like you, even if you're just breaking even, you are building an audience for free, but you're probably gonna make money, which is what happened. That was like, oh, thank you. And so
Hmm.
yeah, and that's what happened. It's
Hmm.
great.
Hmm. Awesome. So the when you first got into the program and you started implementing some of the strategies with building an audience and starting to liquidate ad spend, I would love to hear what were some like kind of key moments for you or key insights or takeaways or what do you feel like were some of the defining moments in terms of lessons learned that that helped you along the journey?
Huh. Defining moments and lessons learned on how, like, once I started the program.
Yeah, well, I'd say like since as part of your journey through sort of exploring, going from completely focusing on the live shows and in that aspect, and then starting to build a system and implementing like digital marketing stuff. What do you say has been like some of the most valuable parts of like the things that you've learned from it?
Um, okay, so when I was doing a lot of, I mean, I still do live shows, but when I was doing that and I was doing also a lot of live streaming, it was cool that I was getting people watching, but and people would always say good things and and get tips or whatever at the live shows and the live streams, but I wasn't as much on top of acquiring them as like part of my fan base, because it's very easy, and I even even as someone who's very aware of this, will see someone playing it somewhere and I'll be like, they're good, and I'll even throw them a tip and then like never think about them again,
Mm,
sadly, because
mm,
I don't have a way of you know whatever getting on their list or whatever. So that is one of the biggest things that I got from this, is like how to attain, I'm not thinking of the right word, but like, you know, get them to be part of my, like, in my world,
yeah.
for a longer period of time, and how that can be really great for like cultivating the relationships that become the people who are going to support you forever. And um, even though I had some of that before, being able to expand that in a way that was really organized, and yeah, be able to grow in that way was exactly what I needed, because I was like sort of felt like I was at a plateau, and this has made opened the doors wide open for growth.
Mm. Awesome. Yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is that you've really been able to connect with your fans and stay connected with them over a longer period of time because you have that ability to have someone on your list or on an email list or something. And that's the thing that, um, yeah, I'd also be curious to hear, like, you are, you're a boss in like multiple different domains and like the Grammy stuff, like there's a whole world to that. So maybe we can touch on that and some of the like the things that you're doing right now that apply to that world,
Yeah,
but also the things that you're doing that like they do blend together, and some of the live show stuff that you're doing as well can be connected to building the contact list and building the system. So maybe we
yeah.
start with um, how do you feel now about the live shows and about like those kinds of opportunities, and how that mixes with the digital systems and the things that you've been building with the um, CRM system?
So when I do live shows now, um, it's like I was saying, or in my last answer, I'm more aware of the value of making sure, like, oh, okay, you're enjoying the music. Here's something that I can put up on my little stand or whatever, like a QR code or whatever, that will help people get to my community or my mailing list. And then people can be like, oh yeah, I want to follow you or whatever. And instead of it just being, I mean, it's great if people follow you on Instagram or whatever, but like it can be something that's a little bit more engaged, like Because yeah, again, even if I follow someone on Instagram that I saw at a show or whatever, I don't know if I'll see their posts. I don't know if I'll go remember to look at them. But if they're getting an email, I'll be like, oh yeah, that person. What are they doing? When's their next show? Um, so having that has been really valuable. Before I forget, I wanted to say one other thing that was like a game changer that you talk about all the time is the evergreen idea, because for a long time in the music industry, especially living in LA, the vibe is like, oh, you're a musician, and if you put out something 3 months ago, 6 months ago, whatever, it's old, and
Mm.
sorry, boring, whatever, it's and now it's meaningless. And like that's
Mm.
so dis like demoralizing. I'm like, I put my heart and soul into this and all this money, and now just because time has gone by, and not that much time, it's useless. But like maybe I see someone nodding very enthusiastically. Like, and it's like, yeah, maybe for the radio or whatever stuff, but not to people who haven't heard your music. So like that, being able to be like, you can do this outside of the machine, but then it can also help you in if you want to be in the machine. Getting that kind of like, I'm getting more streams and followers and stuff from a song that I put out 5 years ago right now, from just like this little video that I made and using these kinds of things. So yeah, just wanted to say that that's important,
Mm.
because it
Yeah.
helps.
Oh, that's so good. I appreciate you bringing that up because I feel like that's one of the biggest questions that we get as well is from in just the misconception is this is feeling like I don't have new music. I need to have a full album or 10 albums created before I actually get started doing all the stuff that we're talking about here. When the truth is exactly like you just said, if you released a song 5 years ago and 99.999% of people in the world haven't heard it yet, then for all of those people, it is a brand new song. It's like it was released today. It was the moment that they hear it. It's a new experience. And so yeah, you definitely don't have to be releasing new music in order to reach new fans.
Yeah.
So
So I'm sorry. I just wanted to add that, and I totally ignored your other question. What was it again?
that was basically it. Yeah, it
Oh,
was like
okay.
some like insights, takeaways, biggest lessons that you've learned in the journey. And one thing that I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about is your experience with like the Grammy nominations and with charting on iTunes, and just in general, what how you see those worlds combining with the digital marketing and the systems that people are learning here.
Yeah. So one of the bigger things. So I'm a member of the Recording Academy, which is they do the Grammys. So can I got onto the first round ballot, and I was, it takes a lot to try to, you have to get all the votes. You have to try to get as many people as you can to vote for you in the music industry, to get nominated for a Grammy. And the it's a lot, if you can imagine. And Street Team actually made it so much easier for me. I was so excited when I figured out I could do this year, because it allows me to capture the information from people, because like the thing is everyone else is trying to get votes too, so it's a iron is hot for the ability to capture contacts who are in the Recording Academy, who are the people who are going to vote for me. So like I would just like put something out there on these little Facebook groups and whatever, and be like, hey, I want to listen to your stuff, I want to maybe vote for it. And I listened to hundreds of things and voted for the Grammys. But aside from getting to do that and having, so they would fill out a little form that I made in Street Team that just gave me their email address and all of their information and their links and stuff, which then I was able to set up an automation in Street Team that put it into a spreadsheet for me and organized it. So I didn't have to do that all myself, because before I was just getting inundated in my inbox with emails where I had to open each one and go and find their links and like put them in the spreadsheet by myself. So time consuming, but this just did it automatically for me. It also tags the people, again, you can do all of this in Street Team. Anyone who's listening, it's insane. Um, the I set it up to automatically tag them as Recording Academy members, so they're already in a list where I can send them my stuff now whenever I want for the rest of forever until they unsubscribe, I guess. And then they it automatically puts them into a Facebook audience so that I can also send them ads. All of that is insane that it took me, I don't know, maybe a couple of hours to set all of that up and saved me countless hours of time and made it possible for me to do this on such a better, bigger level and will allow me to have, hundreds and if not thousands of more contacts for next year when I'm hopefully on the ballot again and maybe I'll get nominated. So again, this is how this kind of stuff and it can help with getting into the machine a little bit. But then also having the ability to do that stuff is really great content for my fans and building my fan base and getting more people into the community because they're like all on board. They're like, oh my gosh, Chris is doing the Grammys, like yay. And let's support her in any way we can because that makes her look good and they're gonna buy my album and all that stuff. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. You are a genius. That is so smart. I wouldn't have even thought about that strategy of using Straight Team, building a contact list with the Recording Academy members, and yeah, it's super super smart. I love seeing the ingenuity that you've created to also like to systematize some things that you had been doing previously. Yeah, but to be able to free up countless hours of time to set up automation for it. Super smart. I mean, that also gets just
Thanks for making this available to me. It's so cool.
absolutely. And the thing that kind of gets my head going too is just around. I think that one big opportunity that we're going to be leaning more into in 2024, now that we have our community and we kind of have our inner circle of sorts and Discord for Modern Musician, is there are so many talented musicians like yourself, Chris, who are part of the community, and together, like collectively, we have like a really big audience together of fans, and there's a lot of overlap. And I think that we can really focus on creating a music scene with our Modern Musician community and artists. And so
Yeah.
I would love to. I mean, the process that you had around setting up a forum for fellow Recording Academy students or artists. I think it'd be really smart for like all of us. Maybe we like have a built-in template that's about helping you to network with other artists that are either a part of this community or just in general. And if you had a tag in your Street Team account for fellow artists that you could collaborate with and maybe do
Mm-hmm.
co-write songs with. We had Clay from Songtown recently on the podcast, and he said co-writing is like the number one strategy, the number one thing for developing as a songwriter. And not to mention all the stuff we're talking about today around building a fan base, like collaborating and co-writing and featuring other artists is like one of the best ways to do that. So it just really gets my wheels turning in terms of like that kind of idea that you just shared with creating a segmented list in Street Team for the Recording Academy artists, doing that
Yeah.
for all of us, and starting to do collaborations and co-writes. I think would be a really valuable thing for all of us to consider for each other.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. And I also wanted to say, like, when you're talking about having these communities that are so supportive, it like becomes they're not just supporting your music anymore, they're supporting you and whatever you're doing and other people that like if I say, hey, there's this other musician you guys should check out, they're like, yes, following, already bought their albums. So like, yeah, having
Mm.
other musicians that we're all combining our communities, if we have all those kinds of same supportive people, it's could be extremely beneficial for everyone and really awesome for the communities too. And like for example, the song that I had on the Grammy ballot this year was a song called Paper Planes, which I wrote for my dad who has Alzheimer's. And so like I've also been using that as like a to raise awareness about Alzheimer's, and like I created all this new merch and put it in funnels and stuff, which is also all the stuff that I learned from Modern Musician, and how to set up automatic posts and emails and stuff about that stuff. So I was able to promote it even more than I normally would. And I have these really supportive people that are, so I'm like able to sell this stuff that I'm giving the proceeds to the Alzheimer's Association. And it's like all coming, together and gelling to make it possible for me to not just have music and touch people in that way, but to use this platform and a community that I'm creating to help other causes that are important to me. And I think it's just all so exciting and heartwarming.
Mm. That is so good. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I mean, that I think that one challenge yesterday, we kind of went through this exercise where we did the 10x mindset, and we really focused on revenue as being a metric because we were trying to like how do you measure impact? How do you measure growth? And we're like, well, streams, like if you 10x your streams, you don't necessarily know how much value they're really getting, from those streams if they're real people. Fans, kind of the same thing. It's a better metric, but like email subscribers, there's different levels of value. But revenue is actually one that it literally like is equivalent to value, at least symbolically. And so it seems like it's a good metric to optimize for if you're trying to figure out how to measure impact. But I think that one of the mindset blocks that we have sometimes around money is that we feel like it's selfish or it's wrong. It's that there's something inherently corrupt about having money or getting more money. But what you just shared is another angle, another lens you can use through which if you're measuring impact, it doesn't necessarily have to be money that like goes to you. In fact, it probably shouldn't be like it should be going to like the cause, your community, the causes, the things that you're connected to, and you're a part of that too. And by making yourself healthy and by having revenue, like it's good for everyone. But I love the fact that you're able to create that kind of impact on causes that are close to you. And with your father, being able to raise awareness for that just seems like a really amazing gift and a blessing. So thank you for sharing that and for doing what you do. It's incredible.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me.
Mm,
You are.
awesome.
I just no,
So,
I'm just so grateful for all of this. Like literally, I call my friends, my musician friends, and I think some of them already just signed up like this last week for the Gold Artist, and I'm like, you have to do this. Like when I got back from Hawaii, I just started calling out my friends. So like,
aw, that's awesome. That's very cool. Give me a shout on their names. I would love to listen to their music.
yeah. And
Um,
whenever people see me, I guess they see my videos that I posted or whatever from this. And like I've gotten a few messages from people that I don't know that are like, so is this really a good thing? Like, have you done this? Like, whatever. And I'm like, always like, beyond yes. Like, it's not just some, money grab or whatever. Like, yeah, such an amazing team.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And last question for you before we wrap up is, if for anyone that's listening or watching this right now, who is looking at 2024, and they're here for a reason. They're here because they want to be able to reach more people and make a bigger impact with their music. Um, what would be the one piece of advice that you would share with anyone that is here right now?
Um, it's probably something you've heard before, but community, like creating your own community around your music, but also like with fans, but also creating community with other musicians because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like sometimes that's been hard for me. I'm kind of an introvert. And like going out and networking with people is like ugh, sometimes it's not what I want to do, but every time I do, especially when I meet people like you guys, it's insanely beneficial to my life and spirit. Um, so because you this is where you're gonna meet the people that you're gonna co-write with or go on tour with, or they'll give you some amazing idea for your album or your merch or share their audience with you. Like it's just gonna be enriching to your life and your music. So
Mm,
community.
mm, fantastic. That's a really good piece of advice. Thank you. And yeah, it's like you mentioned, it's both about your fan community, but it's also about the artist community. And the generally, a musician doesn't just like come out of nowhere and they're just like they're totally successful on their own. Like it seems like generally there's the rise of music scenes, and so it really is about like that scene is about a community of artists that are a part of that scene with a blending community, collaborating with each other, and we all have the opportunity to create that here together. So,
Mm-hmm.
Chris,
Yeah.
let's give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
congratulations on being a finalist for the Artist of the Year for 2024, and
Thank you.
thank you for for everything that you're doing. Looking forward to connecting more. And with that, Eli, what do we got next up on the agenda?
Yeah, I just want to shout out Chris real quick because we got to meet in Hawaii on our Platinum Mastermind this last November. We do in-person masterminds for certain tiers, gold artist. We do masterminds and platinum masterminds. We do too. And Chris won last year in this moment, and it was awesome. I mean, we crushed it, connected, lots of like amazing vibes. And I just know Chris just from, the internet and the team and just getting to meet you. Chris is awesome. And just, you're an inspiration to me too,
Oh,
as an artist. I love how you interact with your fans. I love your professionalism. I love your drive. And I love how your goals like are just, you make them and you have your mind set up and just like, okay, I'm just going to do this now. And
thank
it's
you.
awesome. Yeah.
And thank you everyone in the chat who's saying hi. If anyone wanted to contact me, I'm at Chris Angeles or Chris Angeles Music on all the things, and or Chris Angeles at Gmail. But it's spelled weird, so make sure you get spell it right. um,
Awesome. Maybe you can put that in the chat for us. And shout out to everyone in the chat. And thank you, Chris. Appreciate you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being an amazing modern musician.
Three, two,
Yeah.
one, yeah!
Then Chris is like, ah.
So good.
Awesome. This is fantastic. And Michael, you have such a wonderful way of bringing out the best of every situation. Your questions are fantastic and just holding space for people. And I appreciate that a lot.
You want to know the secret?
Yes.
The secret is I just surround myself with people who are awesome and really inspiring,
Okay.
and then I can just show up. So Chris, I mean, it's like it really is. Yeah, if I had like some sort of superpower, it's just that somehow I'm able to surround myself with people that are inspiring and and help me to become a greater version of myself.
Amazing. Nice little trick. And thanks everyone for joining. We are rocking today. We've got like over 100 people from all around the world tuning in virtually to our second day of MMLive. Today is all about building your fan base. Yesterday we talked about artist identity. There's more amazing sessions coming up today. We're going to connect with one other really one of my favorite artists ever, Phil Johnson. He came to see one of my shows when I was on tour in the West Coast. So we're going to hang out with Phil here in a second, and then we're going to have a successful mindset partner panel right after that. So we're going to be talking with some of our top partners that we've been working with throughout the year, and we'll have a chance for a group Q&A with them as well. We've got a couple folks with their hands raised. Pedro and Brandon, we see you. You'll be getting in next with our one-on-one coaches. And if you haven't applied yet, Grant just posted a link right there in the chat, and you can apply there, and we'll get you connected with a coach today. Don't worry about missing the webinar. Danis, you can do your one-on-one today as well. We've got some folks ready for you. Whatever your time schedule is like, we've got you covered. All right. Awesome. So before we get to our next session, make sure that you get your application in and raise your hand if you've already got your application going on, and we'll send you in the room quickly. If you want to keep your video on with your hand raised so that we know that you are available and ready to go, we'll get you in there as well. Michael, maybe a stretch break. I love your stretches and would love to
Sure.
keep going.
Yeah, and real quick, just in case anyone else is wondering, like, oh man, like I really want to do a one-on-one session, but I also I love what's happening here and I don't want to miss it. We are going to have the replays available for this whole event for this weekend. They're not going to be available long term for everybody. If you're part of our artist development suite, then you have full access to it. But for everybody, they're going to be available over the course of this weekend. So you'll have an opportunity to catch up. If you are out for half an hour or an hour or so, I promise you're going to get so much value from that one-on-one session that it's worth doing that and being gone for half an hour and then coming back after. All right. Yeah, so stretch break. So we walked through this yesterday. This was an exercise I learned from Tony Horton from P90X, and he calls it the Agatsku stretch. And so basically what we're going to do is ideally you could actually stand up and do this. But I'll sitting down and do this so we can see each other. But basically you're going to stretch out make yourself as big as possible, stretch out as far as possible to your left and right, and then stretch all the way up to the sky. Lock your hands together at the top. Stretch back a little bit, and then do the same thing going down. Stretch all the way to the sides. Yeah. And let's do that one more time. So deep breath. We're going to stretch all the way out to the side. Shake it out if you want to shake it out. Get loose. Stretch all the way up. Now maybe clasp your hands, bend to the left. Stretch up and to the left. Then come to the top. Out to the top right. Back to center. Stretching out to the sides. All right, then we're gonna wrap up with some Gasku stretch circles. So just gonna hold out your hands all the way out here and hold your fists kind of like this. Just like Eli showing there on the screen. And then we're gonna make circles going backwards. So mostly behind you and do kind of big circles going around. We're gonna do this for about 10 times. All right, and then we're going to flip our hands around. We're gonna go forward now. So we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna go forward. Oh yeah, this is great. This really gets the whole body and the breath going. And now, lastly, we're going to bring our fists together like this. And we're gonna go forward, stretch forward, and stretch back all the way. And forward. And back. And now we can just shake it out, get loose. And that is a great little 3-minute exercise to freshen up. And whenever you're sitting down for like an hour at a time, then it's usually good to take a few minutes just to either get up and stretch out a little bit, go grab some water, go for a walk if you want to go for like a 5-minute walk. But it's a handy little tool that you can add to your toolbox.
Woo! Love it. Stretching the sciatic nerve, the upper sciatic nerve. That's some good stuff. I don't even know. That might be a thing. I'm not sure.
I think it's definitely a thing. I don't know what exactly it is, but it sounds very medical.
Pseudoscience. What do you gotta love? Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Are you ready to bring on Phil Johnson, one of our entries into Artist of the Year this year?
Absolutely. Do we have a Phil Johnson in the house?
I think we do.
Oh, snap. Oh, that was my cam. What's up, Phil?
Hey, guys.
Sorry, am I causing any PTSD?
Was
Michael's, really your alarm, though? That's what I really want to know. Is that a real thing?
It should be. It should be. No, I was making a joke. But the reason I made that joke, it was because I would be talking with you guys and doing the workshops and whatever, and I would have it just coming through my laptop speakers. My girlfriend's office is right next to mine at home, and she would come in. She's like, "Why does that guy keep screaming yeah all the time? What is his problem?"
That's fantastic. My parents-in-law, I don't think they fully understand what I do. They're like, "Why are you in your room and we hear these noises?"
Mine don't either. Mine don't either. Yeah, my girlfriend's parents haven't a clue what it is I do for a living. They're just like, so he's out doing shows? Yeah. And she's like, yeah.
That's like that's an internal joke that we have with Paradise Fears, where it's there's these cliche things that people who have no idea what you're doing or what music is like that they'll say. I mean, one of the things is so like how's the tour going? Like there's like an eternal like tour that's always happening. It's like never
Isn't
done.
there
Like,
though?
so
Isn't there? Feels like an eternal tour.
Yeah. So what is life but a tour of existence.
That's right.
Um,
My girlfriend never knows where I am anyway, so people will ask her, "Oh, how's Phil's tour going?" She's like, "I don't even know where he is. He's in Ohio or Oregon or something. I don't know."
all
Hilarious.
right. Well, thank you so much for coming on here
My
live, Phil,
pleasure.
to do this interview. And I mean, one of my favorite things about Phil is just as you saw from his submission for Artist of the Year, he's just got a great sense of humor. Because he's also a comedian as well, so that's like his part of his life, and the way that he blends together music with his comedy career is, I think, really interesting. And yeah, man, just getting an opportunity to connect with you more over this past year, especially. We have our first access playground meetings that we do at
Mhm.
Modern Musician, which is basically we geek out and we work on things before they're released to anyone else at at our Modern Musician community. So Phil has we've had a chance to connect there and be able to kind of shape the future of the music industry and of Modern Musician together. So appreciate you being a part of it. And to
Best
start
part of my
with,
week.
it is one of the highlights of my week too, for sure. So I mean, to start with, I would love to hear if we could kind of like zoom back in time, if you can recall before you joined Modern Musician, what was your like? How did you discover Modern Musician, and what made you decide that you wanted to take the plunge and join our Gold Arts Academy?
Yeah, I had a mentor in the '90s, a guy named Tim Sweeney, who was, at the time sort of the godfather of indie music. He was an A&R dude for Mercury Records after his own punk band had gotten dropped from the label, and he would basically he worked for Warner Brothers, he worked for all the major labels, and then he would come to us independent musicians and go, "Here's how you can create a career without having to deal with Warner Brothers or any of these major people." I had plenty of opportunities to sign label deals, and he always steered me away from it smartly. Um, but he was showing us a whole lot of the old school virtual tour hacking, not even virtual tour hacking, just going out and handing out CDs and collecting people's emails and talking to them at shows and all that kind of stuff. And Tim passed away quite a few years ago now, and I was a little bit adrift after that. I was doing a lot of work. When I was working with him, I was just starting into comedy, the bare beginnings of it, and so I was doing a lot of stuff, and none of it was really paying off. I mean, it did pay off when I went out and handed out CDs and things like that, but the back end apparatus of being able to maintain those relationships was, I found, really really difficult. Plus, we just didn't have the technology for it back then, and it was back when you had to get a postcard from a band in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I ran across, I'm sure it was a Facebook ad or something like that I saw of yours, and I was like, oh, this kind of gives me that vibe and of that community that I was in with Tim Sweeney, because it was such a community. We would have these annual get-togethers in Las Vegas, and it would just be 50 of the most talented people you've ever set eyes on, and so we had that community. And so when I saw Modern Musician and I talked to some of the people who were involved, I was like, oh, this feels not only familiar, but it feels like the next logical step from what I was doing back then. And so that was really the selling point for me, because I was actively looking for coaching, because I had gotten to a point where I was just like, this feels really stale. I'm working a lot, but I don't know what to do next. And I am a really, what do I do next type of person. I'm glued to my to-do list on my phone every day. And so having the opportunity to have a new list of strategies that I could tackle that I hadn't done before was super attractive to me. And so that's really what caused me to jump in. It was the obvious community that was built around this thing, and the obvious, very logical sequence of things to be doing that was so helpful, because honestly, none of this is new. This is direct mail stuff that has been going on for 100 years now, but just applied in a new direction. And so there was nothing in there where I was like, well, that sounds dicey and sketchy. There was none of that. It was just stuff like, oh yeah, why wouldn't we do that? That totally makes sense. And to have the opportunity to have a team of people that had already figured out how to do it was invaluable. So yeah, that's kind of what brought me in.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. Heard you talk about that experience that you had with like the OG tour hacking kind of yourself,
Hmm.
and so you got to experience that. And gosh, I still think that there's probably an opportunity for us to dial in like a modern day version of in-person tour hacking using the cards or using like a QR
Sure.
code type of thing with the rain catcher. But
Yeah.
in addition to just having like the system set up and automated flows,
Hmm.
probably could do some really cool retargeting stuff with it as well. If you
Hmm.
created like a custom audience with it, but
You're gonna
um,
make me go stand in front of the improv and talk to people again, aren't you?
so I mean, one of the common threads that it sounds like it's kind of woven throughout your journey has been about community and kind of finding the right community and connecting to it. And so I'd be
Yeah.
curious to hear your perspective on community overall. For artists who are here right now, who like it or not, you're here with the community right now. Like you're witnessing, you're tasting like the what a community is. Um, what do you think the role of community is in terms of you being a musician and if someone's goal is to be able to make a significantly greater impact in 2024 with their music, then how do you recommend that they think about community and fully leveraging community?
Yeah, it's always an interesting topic because I've I'm always on the lookout for communities for myself because certainly as a kid and as a teenager, I was the outsider kid. I was not the kid who I was the kid who didn't really fit in anywhere, but also kind of fit in anywhere. Uh,
Hmm.
but I had my little group of close friends, but you wouldn't have put if you looked at us, you wouldn't have put us together in a friend group, you know. And so when I found um, musical communities that were accepting of what I do, even though it was different back then. It was always a little bit different. But just to find people who are going through the same journeys that you are is always amazing, you know.
Hmm.
And I found that when I got into the comedy community as well. Comedians are some of my favorite people in the world to hang out with because they're there's this myth that all comedians are these broken people or whatever. No, they're super smart. I mean, the comedy green room is the most sacred place in the world to me. Uh, and so to find those types of communities where people are going through the same journey that you're going through, and you can commiserate with them on the down parts and celebrate with them on the good parts, is so valuable. So to me, I've always had trouble building community with my fans, and so that's been part of, well, how do I do that? How do I keep these folks engaged, not only with what I'm doing, but sort of with each other, and celebrating their wins, and so I very much try to encourage my fans to post their own work of what they're doing. And I've got people that do all sorts of stuff. I've got painters and musicians, and I've got a couple, some comedians or an aspiring comedian. I've got there's one of my friends and great fans who is a belly dance expert, not a belly dance clothing expert, and she writes books about that,
Wow.
and that's her thing, and she's very successful at it. So it's in building your fan community. You're not going to find people who are like you necessarily because they're not doing this ridiculous thing we've devoted our lives to. They're doing their own things, and so a lot of it is finding the people in there who you can celebrate what they're doing, but also um, inspiring the people who aren't doing things to maybe do things, because a lot of people are just leading regular normal lives, which is fine. But I think it's interesting to be able to show people that there can be a little more to the world than maybe they're experiencing too. Um, but community is everything. I mean, when you're surrounded with the people that are doing the things, that's how the things get done better. That's a weird way of putting it. But when I go out and hang out with comics, I book more shows because the comics know where the shows are and who's booking them, and they're booking them. When you hang out with musicians, you're going to find co-writers. When you hang out with your fans are going to become more connected to you. And I have people who are in my fan base, and they're like, yeah, I heard like one of your songs. And I'm like, okay, but you've been like really active in the Facebook community and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, yeah, I just haven't had time to listen to the rest of your stuff yet, which is fine. But they become connected to me, not necessarily the work,
Mm,
which is probably even more important because chances are I'm going to throw something at them that is wildly out of the ordinary for my work, and they'll still be on board because it's something I gave them.
mm.
So I don't know if that answers the question.
It totally does. Yeah. One thing that nuance that you brought up there that I think is really important is when you brought up that the music, it's a representation, it's a reflection of you, but it's also not actually like the only thing. It's actually
Right.
just like a medium through which community is formed. And
Hmm.
I think that that's so true for a lot of music. Like music, it can be a vehicle, but it's a vehicle towards connection. It's a vehicle towards community and towards self-expression and self-identity. And so understanding that can maybe be a little bit of a relief. Like when Joe Eddie mentioned that, like he doesn't feel like he's the most amazing producer or engineer, and he does a lot of things that himself. But that's okay, because what people are coming for is the community and the connection, and it's
Hmm.
really about who you are. So yeah, that's a great lesson. So I'd love to dive a little bit deeper into your journey since becoming a gold artist and implementing these systems. It's certainly not always an easy path, and like you mentioned, like there's having a community you can bounce celebrate the wins, you can commiserate with, you can kind of work through issues. I'm kind of curious to hear what some of the highlights and some of the challenges you've kind of been through, and how you've worked through those things.
I mean, the first challenge is just getting everything set up in the first place. And when I came in, we didn't have Street Team yet, and it was setting up 18 different pieces of software and trying to
Mm.
link them together. And it's at times overwhelming. It's at times boring. Things like that where you're just like, all right, I just got to sit down and keep poking the keys on my laptop until something happens. And so that is the first sort of thing that I dealt with, was like, okay, I just got to sink my teeth into this list and start doing these things and really get into it. Um, and then you get to the point of like, okay, everything's set up and go. And
Mm.
why is it not happening yet? Where are all these people? And
Mm.
that's sort of the next thing, is where you have to then be a little bit patient and do all the, like Jared was talking about earlier, do all the tweaking, do all the testing, do all that kind of stuff. And eventually the things start to happen, and you're like, oh, okay, now I've got some people. Oh, okay, now they're buying some stuff. Oh, okay, now I'm getting more people. And eventually you wake up in the morning, and there's 100 messages on your phone from people going, oh my god, you're my favorite comedian now. And
That
which
part's
is
the
great.
worst. I hate it
it
when people are like, "Oh, you're awesome."
Yeah. Oh, there's always one or two in there that hate me too, so it evens it out, but I mean, I don't know that anything has been like a huge challenge, because I don't think of things that way necessarily. I think of it as just, here's the next thing I have to accomplish. Here's the next thing I have to do. And even if it's not working right now, I'm going to keep working at it until it starts working. And
Mm.
so, I don't, I mean, when a big part of it is, if there's a challenge, I don't even remember it once I'm past it. And so it's always a little bit hard for me to talk about that kind of stuff, because I don't think of it as a challenge. I just think of it as, this is what I do. I just have to deal with this on an everyday basis. And yeah, something's going to go wrong. Something's not going to work. But I don't think of it as a challenge necessarily,
Mm.
or at least I embrace the challenge enough where it doesn't feel like a bad thing. It feels like a good thing.
Yeah, I mean that's some extremely powerful mindset right there. Just it sounds like what you're saying is that you see the issues or problems or challenges not as like a bad thing, but those just are part of the territory, and that
Hmm.
every your problem it has the seeds of a solution in it. So you just keep your mindset focused on what's next. How can I solve the next thing? How can I work through that? And yeah, I think that that's like one of the core uh, pillars, one of the core values of every successful person that I see, is that they have that same mindset, which is yeah, like part of the thing that we're all here, like life itself is we have problems and solutions. There's always solutions. There's always things that we can focus on to work through them.
And I will totally say that a lot of that mindset has come from being in this program and working with you and Jared and Eli and everybody else involved, uh, because it was, I mean, one of the most valuable things to me was it has been working in those playground sessions with you and watching as we break things, we invent something, we break it, it doesn't work. We're just okay. Let's just get a bare bones version of this working. The whole, make it happen, make it awesome, make it last. That kind of stuff has been such a mantra for everything that I do now. Where I'm just, even when I'm recording music or writing a song, I go, oh, okay, well, the song doesn't have to be perfect. I can just sit down and start recording and shape it from there until it becomes a thing I like. And so that has kind of infiltrated everything that I do, and that has become so much easier because then it's not. You don't get stuck at that challenge of I don't know what to do next, or this didn't work the first time, so it's never going to work, or that kind of stuff goes away when you look at just the, like, even the software development process that I've seen you go through has been so valuable to the point where I just go, okay, this doesn't have to be perfect on the first. I just need to have something happen here, and then I can start tweaking it and make it better and keep going from there. So that has been the biggest thing I've learned from this whole thing, I think.
Mm, that's fantastic. Yeah, it does seem like that's another one of those reoccurring themes is around like the version 3.0, like version 1.0 is not going to be perfect. It's going to be messy. It's going to be imperfect. And the, the, the worst thing we could do is to try to make it perfect on the first time because there's so many unexpected things that you can't prepare for, you can't predict. You'd be spending too much time if you're trying to get it perfect before actually getting it into the world and seeing what happens. Whereas, if you just start by just getting version 1.0, it doesn't have to be perfect. You get it launched, then you can learn from it and you can adapt and you can grow. Super powerful mindset. Yeah, it's
It's the
fun.
same way comedy works.
Yeah, like iterating at a live show. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence that some of the greatest musicians of all time, like the Beatles, they got their start by doing a lot of performances and just like showing up and playing covers, playing songs, and learning and kind of iterating. And it's really through the iteration of like putting yourself out there repeatedly and learning and growing that that we can create something amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm working on a new bit for my show right now that I wrote last week, and I've attempted it at 3 shows now. And the first time I got through 2 jokes before I bailed on it. And then the second time I got through 4 jokes before I bailed on it. And I think last night I got through 6 jokes before I bailed on it. And so it's slowly getting better as we go. But that's the thing, is like, okay, I just got to put this up on stage and see what it does. And then I'll fix it afterwards.
Awesome. Yeah, as you're describing the onboarding experience too, and like setting stuff up, how that's part of the process is like kind of getting things set up, getting the system set up, and kind of learning and growing through it. One idea that came up, I wrote it down in the chat as like a note to self, and this is something we'd be working on in the playground together, Phil. But some of the stuff we're gonna be working on with Artist AI, I think it'd be really powerful to build like an AI onboarding experience through natural language that could like fill in some of the custom values automatically, so you don't have to do as much of the tech lifting, but you could actually have the AI do some of it for you underneath the hood.
For sure.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So
And I am so grateful for Artist AI Avatar. So grateful.
yeah, maybe we could talk a little bit about that. So could you share Artist AI Avatar for anyone who doesn't know what that is? What is it, and kind of what does it do, and what's the benefit that you've gotten from it?
Sure. So it is essentially an AI chatbot that will respond to people who respond to your Facebook ads. And they say, hey, I want to hear a song, and it'll send them the song, and then it'll keep talking to them. And it's so much nicer than I would normally be to these people oftentimes, because once your ads are running, you're going to have dozens of conversations every day coming through. And if you try and handle all those dozens of conversations on your own, you're never going to accomplish anything else. And so having the bot be able to be very nice and be very kind to them, and be very persuasive with them and bring them into the fold is just so absolutely valuable. Just because otherwise you end up, if you're trying to do it all yourself, then you're going to end up missing conversations because you're busy doing something else. I'm on stage for an hour last night. I can't be also having discussions on my phone with new fans coming in, but the bot can do it for me. And so that kind of thing has been super valuable. It's been so intriguing to watch the development process of it. And to the little tweaks that have been made along the way, and it's working really well now, and bringing more people into my street team than I ever was before on a daily basis, to the point where I was able to sort of up my gold number for this year, which was great. And it's not perfect by any means. I'll check in sometimes and be like, "Oh, hey, don't do that,"
Like, it just booked a gig for me. Like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, that happened.
I heard that before.
Happened. Yeah, that happened in one of the bands. But it's in general just been super great. And I've had people that will figure out it's an AI and keep talking with it anyway. And if they just need somebody to talk to like that, then by all means, keep using my fractions of a penny to do so. Good for them, And so it's just been really, really valuable to both free up my time and to be really engaging with those new people coming in. And once they're in, then they get me, and I'll respond to their emails. I respond to their SMS messages and their Facebook posts. And, that is all, I do that all very, very personally, which sometimes they're surprised by, even if they've already had a long chat on Facebook with me. But just having it has been just such a time saver, and it's way more persuasive than I am. It has no problem going, "Hey, you should join the community because I think you're going to be good for it." Whereas I would be like, "Okay, well, all right, I guess I should try and sell this person on something," and it becomes a very systematized way of getting the job done. It's been very effective.
So cool. Gosh, yeah. I mean, Artist AI and Artist AI Avatar.
Both,
we're about to do
both, Mal. I'm a musician and comedian. Sorry, I was answering a comment.
Yep. Gosh, 2024. We're about to do our yearly planning, and yeah, I think that one of the core focuses for this year is going to be Artist AI, and you're basically creating a tool for you to be able to almost kind of like clone yourself. Like create like a version of yourself that allows you to create designs, like graphic designs for your music that match your voice, that are extremely professional, quickly, to be able to have conversations with fans, be able to invite them to your community and to make offers based on what's valuable for them, and to be able to generate like social media content ideas and posts, emails. There's a heck of a lot we can do with that, tagging it into your artist identity. That is one of the things that we have right now that's exclusive to our Gold Artist tier. So if you're a member of our Gold Artist tier and Modern Musician, then you get access to Artist AI Avatar, and it's pretty dang cool. It's also okay to if you're just starting out, you're getting launched, then there's something really valuable about connecting with new fans personally and having conversations, real conversations. You're just getting started out,
and you should.
Yeah, I absolutely should. I mean, one of the first recommendations I have for everyone here is if you haven't done this yet, make it a goal to have at least 10 to 20 in-person, and when I say in-person, I mean it could be during a Zoom meeting, right? It could be virtual, but to have real live conversations with 10 to 20 of your fans. We have this set up for you in Street Team. It's called the Fan Sync call. So it's in your account. There's a calendar set up where you can basically invite new fans who are coming in to schedule one of these meetings with you. And we have a guide for you for how you can have these conversations. But basically the idea is that you want to get to know who your fans are, and you want to ask them questions and connect with them and start to build a relationship. And there's something so powerful about having those 10 to 20 initial conversations. But at a certain point, like Phil mentioned, you're doing a disservice to your fans and to your whole community if you don't systematize it, if you don't have a way to automatically serve new people who are coming in, because there's only one of you and you can't personally have every single conversation. So really, this is about not totally replacing yourself, from your music career, because that's where you get the connection is when you actually meet your fans. But it's just about having a system to be able to help onboard and enroll fans in your community, and then you can really connect with them personally once they're in there.
And having the Zoom chats with them 100% across the board, those are my best fans. Only because, first of all, they're interested in connecting with me. And so they've taken the initiative to actually sign up for it. Most people won't, but the ones that do really do want to get to know you better. And then have them having that experience of doing it always keeps them more connected in my community, just across the board. And I do, a few of them each month, and they're always my most connected fans, which is really great. And they're fun to do for the most part. And you get to meet people and find out their crazy stories. And I just talked to a guy who was he was a roadie for Pantera for years, and I've got another one who was a professional wrestler in the '80s, and just like all sorts. You're like, oh, there's all these cool people in my fan base. How neat. So yeah, you get to know them too.
Awesome. Well, Phil, if you had to sum up all of your decades of experience now in the entertainment business into one piece of advice for anyone here right now who is pursuing a career in music, and they're kind of looking at 2024 and they want to be able to reach more people, make a bigger impact, what would your piece of advice be to them?
Embrace the overwhelm. Because this is something that comes up on the Friday masterminds regularly, is just the overwhelm of having to do all this stuff. And people are just like, oh my gosh. And people will sometimes look at me or Matt Fawcett and they'll go, you guys seem like you have it all together. And what they don't know is Matt and I will spend 2 hours on Zoom going, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. None of this is where we just like, and we hash it out and we make things work again, but to everybody else, it looks like we're just coasting along. All of us are overwhelmed by everything that we have to be doing. And so if you're organized about it and you have some time management skills, you're going to get to all of it. I never feel like I get to enough of it. But you just have to be comfortable with always having a list of things to do, because that never ends. Taylor Swift has a to-do list every day of things that she's working on to take her career to the next level, whatever that would be. Who knows what level comes after where she's at, but you have to just sort of get comfortable with the idea of that it's never going to be finished. You're just going to keep going and keep doing the next thing and keep recording the next song and keep writing the next comedy bit and keep doing the next show and keep writing the next ad and keep testing the next split test, and just all that stuff just never ends. And so you just have to be I don't charge for my fan Zoom calls, but you just have to be comfortable with the overwhelm of just, never being done. So that's my biggest piece of advice.
Fantastic. Yeah, man. I mean, that we talked a little bit about dukkha, this idea of like unsatisfactoriness, or this there's always a next step, or Miley Cyrus, there's always gotta be another mountain. But it is one of the great truths of life, and a super valuable lesson. So thank you for sharing that. Embrace the overwhelm, embrace the challenge. It's part of the journey, and you're not alone. And we're here for you to help support you during whichever phase, whether you're in like a highlight or you're in a challenge. That's what the community's here for. So Phil, thank you so much for being a part of it.
My pleasure. Always great to talk with you guys.
Awesome. Virtual round of applause. Yeah, Mr. Phil.
Phil gets it. Phil gets it, man. Like, I love it how you have your own thing. You have comedy, you have music, you have it together. You're a marketer, you're an entertainer. You've been at it for a while, yet the things that you're doing are like still cutting edge. And you do it with a smile. You do it with humor.
Yep.
And,
that's right.
It's just inspiration.
Thank you.
Thank you. I remember hanging out with you in Berkeley. Was it Berkeley, California?
Hayward.
On tour?
It was Hayward.
Hayward. I don't even know the towns in California. And when you're on tour, some shows, you might play to 500 people, some shows 50, and some shows 5. And that was a 5er, and Phil was one of them. And it was the best show I had in a long time.
Dude, We've all been there, man. I was playing. I'm in Lolita, California right now. I just played at this Bear River Casino last night to like 15 people, and so yeah, it's you know it is what it is. I got paid. I got a
It was
check.
awesome. Boz asks, Phil, did you ever play at a comedy club, Papa's Place, at Vanelli's restaurant in Tupelo, Mississippi? Does that sound familiar?
No, no, I haven't. I haven't played Mississippi yet. I haven't played there yet, but I got some Southern dates coming up later this year.
Fantastic. Yeah. Check out Phil Johnson online. He has got some great social media. Join his fan group, see what he's doing. Do your research. See what these folks are out there. Join their communities and get inspired to see all of their learning from Modern Musician and sharing with our community. Phil, love you, dude. Thank you so much.
You guys are champs.
brother.
Thanks.
Phil
yeah.
Johnson.
Oh my God.
Big ups for Phil in the chat. Let me see some emoji reactions. That's how we know your emotions, emojis right now. Shout out to Danis and Kevin and Sherry. We see your hands are raised. We've got our one-on-one coaching sessions coming for you next. If you haven't applied, there's a link that's being posted in the chat right now. You're hearing from Modern Musician artists. They're letting you know about their own journey and encouraging you to just embrace the mess. I like that. Embrace the journey. Like whatever's next, just do that. And this is it. There's no reason to be nervous about the one-on-one. These are artists. So you're not talking to some businessman in a suit in another country, that has nothing to do with our program. These are actual full-time musicians. So
We do. I mean, did we tell them about the CIA agent that we have that tunes into
Oh,
the one-on-ones?
Yeah,
Yeah, there is. We have some government officials that are watching, and if we decide we don't like your music, then we send them to your house
we will
and
report.
take you out.
We will not do that. But I mean, look at the reactions coming in from people who have had the one-on-one sessions. Nick says the one-on-one was great. Steve says, thank you so much, Zach. That was awesome. Folks like, dude, do the one-on-one. That was incredible. So yeah, if you're thinking about it, definitely go for it. We'll post the link for you again. We've got some amazing talent scouts standing by. Zach is here. Mario is here, and Chance is here too. And our partner panel is coming up very, very soon. We're going to keep on rocking. But if you haven't taken a water break, you can do that. Get some snacks. And
Yeah, and real quick,
yeah.
I see a few people sharing. Anna says 101 was super awesome.
Yeah.
Who all here has done the one-on-one, and
Yeah.
what would your advice be for everyone who's here right now if they haven't done one yet, and maybe they're a little bit nervous, or a little bit on the fence, or they're not sure what to expect from it? Like, should they take advantage of the one-on-ones that we're doing during the live event, or what has your experience been? Okay. Yeah. Did anyone? I mean, we did have to take out, I think, 7 or 8 people from the CIA agent, but awesome. Do it, Carla. Yes. Need. Do the one like now. Yes, I love the Lark bottle too, Joyce. Yeah, Lark is awesome. Big fan. Zach said is the best from Tyler. Yes. Yeah, it's great. I mean, the reason that we're doing those is because you're here live right now, and there is something extremely powerful about being here on the live session with the group and learning from the presentations and learning from the trainings, and certainly this partner panel we're about to do is going to be incredible as well. But there's a different level of depth we can get to when we're on those one-on-one sessions, because we actually get to listen to your music, and we actually get to give you feedback based on where you are right now. And the only way for a GPS to work, I really see like what we're doing here with Modern Musician as like we're a GPS system that's helping you to go from where you are right now to get to your goal. And in order for us to kind of carve out a path for you, we need to actually know what's your starting point, and we need to know what's the destination that you're trying to get to. And whatever those, if it's related to your music, then I'm sure that we have a path to help you get from where you are right now to where you're trying to get to. But we can't really help you with that unless we know what your starting point is and what your goal is, and then we can kind of carve out that path. So that's why we do those sessions. And Yeah, and they're totally free as well. So if you haven't yet, feel free to submit your music and then raise your hand afterwards to hop on a coaching call with our team. And with that, Joyce, I might be sleepy, but I'm happy and grateful. That's good. Yep. I'm gonna go grab some water here to get ready
do it.
for our partner session. But
got you.
Eli, you can hold down the fort?
Hold down the fort. I'm holding down
Awesome.
the fort. Awesome.
Cool.
I'm here. Gang, I'm going to open it up for some general questions right now. Anything that's on your mind that you'd like to know more about Modern Musician, what we're offering, what's here in MMLive, what we do, what I do, anything at all. I just want to open up just 10 minutes just to hang out together, check in with each other, see how we're doing. And we're going to have our partner panel of just absolute rock stars coming up in just a moment. Questions coming in. Allie says, why are you so amazing, Eli? Allie, stop. And happy birthday to Allie. It's her birthday weekend this weekend. Big love to Allie. She's an amazing modern musician. She is a musician. She's incredible. Shout out to Allie and happy birthday. Haha. Vaz says, tell us what you do, Eli. Vaz, I'm on tour most of the year. I played 200 shows last year. I had a spring, a summer, and a fall tour. This year, I'm heading to Canada, and in 2025, I'm going on a European tour. I'm a full-time musician, and I've been doing this for about 6 or 7 years. I was a middle school teacher, if you can believe that, and taught all over the world in the US. Music just kind of chose me. It called to me. I'm unable to do anything else. It is the only thing that I can do, so it's nice because I don't have a choice. I have to write songs, I have to share them with the world, and I have to perform them live to people. So I have no choice. I'm doing this because this is literally the thing. And if you feel called to that, and if you think music might be that for you, I really encourage you. This is the place to nurture that seed. So that's what I do, Voss. Thanks for asking. Daniel says, y'all are crushing it. Alla's getting some birthday love. Carla asked about the group coaching calls. So Carla, every day we have group coaching calls for our rising artists and above, which means every day you can log on at a certain time and answer any tech questions you have. It's a great way to just like come in and absorb information and listen to what other people are saying. You'll pick up on the vocabulary of the marketing. You'll meet other artists. You'll meet our team. And you can plug in every day, which is pretty awesome. So that's what our group coaching looks like. It's really open and based on your needs. And we offer that to our rising artists and above. Thanks for your question. Daniel says, y'all are crushing it. Daniel, you're crushing it. Daniel was amazing in the VIP session yesterday. We're going to have another VIP session after today. We would do hot seats. We actually helped folks with their specific questions. So if you'd like to join our VIP session after today, you can. If you are already a gold artist, you're welcome to join us right now. And there is the link to join VIP. Thank you, Allie. Oh my gosh, Allie's on it. She's the best. And Carla, yes, it's a rotation of different coaches on different days. You got it. And some more questions coming on here. Okay. Will I be in Edmonton? Yes, Dennis, you can see my tour schedule. Let's check out my tour schedule right now, actually. I just booked all my shows here for, I think I'll be in Edmonton. Let's see. This is my tour map. Where is Edmonton? Is Edmonton over here? Yeah, look at that. Woohoo! I'll be in Edmonton, Rendezvous Pub, July 4th. I'll be celebrating America's independence in Canada in Edmonton. Would love to see you there. Y'all, I'm an actual person. You can check me out. I literally do the music thing for a living. Thanks to Modern Musician. Here's just a link to my tour dates. Would love to see you on the road. Come out to a show. Yeah, I get to meet you. Awesome, Dennis. Let's do it. Mark it in your calendar. I'm stoked. Awesome. You're welcome, Carla. And we're just about ready for the partner panel coming up. Aaron's going to be at Kelowna. Woohoo! Aaron Gordon, I'm going to see you there. It's going to be great. Jared, I saw you in California. You're amazing, man. And when you ever come East Coast, I'm ready to rock as well. Y'all, this is a community in Modern Musician. I'm sure you've felt that, and we just keep growing, stronger and bigger, and it's just an amazing testament to this little idea that Michael Walker had of like, let's just bring the best people in the space together. Let's think about ways that we can help them connect with their fans, build those communities, and monetize it so they can sustain themselves with their music. So yesterday we talked about your artist identity as an artist and how important that is. Today we're talking about how to build your fan base. Tomorrow at MMLive, we're going to be talking about how to monetize that, the revenue maximizer stage. So the good vibes keep on coming here at MMLive. We're breaking it down for you, very simple. And yeah, Melanies, you can submit on Q&A or put right here. We've got some Q&A questions as well before we get going. Anonymous participant asks, how does utilizing MM's system for building a community translate to being a touring and live performing musician? Ooh, one of my favorite questions ever. I know it's happening for a lot of you, but curious about the actual through line, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'd love to answer this because I've actually developed some of the Modern Musician touring offers as a touring artist with Street Team. So something I do at my shows, anonymous participant, is I use Street Team to build a landing page that people who are participating can scan a QR code at their table. The QR code takes them to the top of my funnel that I built in Street Team. That funnel is essentially I call it like a gig funnel. And it allows them to send me requests for songs they want to hear. They are able to sign up to my community through this link. They're able to send me a tip during a live show. They can join my levitators, they can book me, and they can listen on Spotify and stream on all of my social media. So this is built with Street Team. Once they request a song, they can put whatever name they want and put their name and their state, email, and phone. And then they request it. And then I get a text to my phone on stage and I can play the song if they want. And they just signed up to my levitators list. After that, they come to a page where they can send me a tip on Venmo, on Cash App, whatever their preferred platform is. And they can also join my community, book me for a show, and listen to me on social media. This is all built with Street Team. All the automations are back-ended with Street Team. And it has tripled my tips. It has quadrupled my list over the last year. I started the year with 3,000 email signups, and now I have 5,000 just based on that. And my texting list grew from 300 to 1,000. So I tripled my texting list with Street Team this year as a touring artist.
Yo, Eli, that is awesome. I mean, I know you showed me that before, but just so cool what you're doing with it. And Joyce asked a really good question. So Joyce is a gold artist who asked, do we have like tutorials to show how to do these cool things? And like what Chris said with their mailing list, what you're showing now, which is a great question. So I would actually kind of put this in the category of these are community generated templates and resources. And if Eli, if you didn't mind, maybe what if we in Discord, Joyce, if you're interested in like getting that template or anyone else, Eli, would you feel comfortable basically cloning the template into their account if they raise their hand in our Discord community and they say, Eli, like I'm interested in that template that you just shared. Maybe we could have some just community generated templates and we could do that for each other. And Chris as well, if you guys tagged Chris in our Modern Musician community and asked, kindly for the template she created, I bet that she would be open to sharing what she's built.
Yeah, I'd be very comfortable with that. Literally what I'm doing is for you, like to help you do this, like be better than me, like get it. You know what I mean? Like that would make me happy if you like use this and like absolutely crushed your tour. So absolutely just tag me in Discord if you're interested in it. It is a template right now already in my Street Team. All I have to do is just clone it to your account if this is something that you'd like. And happy to. This is why I'm doing the thing out there and testing these templates and Street Team in the field. It was huge for my tour last year. I think we got one more question here, and then we'll get to our partner panel coming up. Woohoo! All right. William says, just joined the program 2 weeks ago. Can I start experimenting moments videos, or should I wait until the next module? Yeah, I think we have moments that you can make. Michael, want to connect with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, congratulations, William, on becoming a gold artist. That's awesome. And yeah, 2 weeks into it, I'm sure you're starting to you've done like a deep plunge into the world. You probably started doing your artist identity session. And in terms of like the moments, videos, so we're definitely going to help you get that set up with the one-on-one coach on your fan magnet session when we launch your campaign. But like as it is with the entire program, you can kind of take it at your own pace. And if you are kind of rearing at the seams to jump in sooner, then we have it all there for you laid out, and you can just work ahead in the portal. And in terms of the moments, that's a part of the artist launch series. So on the left side of the screen, when you're setting up your initial Street Team launch, then there's going to be an option where you can upload your track. And we basically left it open so you can decide, do you want to share a full song or do you want to share a moment? But if you wanted to specifically focus on a moment for that, that's probably what I would recommend, because it's just a nice short snippet that someone can listen to before joining your community. So you just upload the moment that you want to share, and that's how you do it.
Fantastic. And we're in the gifts/collaborations channel in Discord. I'm going to share that link right now, just so that we have it, so you can be there. If you want that template that I just shared, that's the Discord link. Join there and tag me if you're interested in that Street Team touring template, and I'll see you there. Happy to add it to your account. Awesome, y'all. Partner panel's coming up. This is gonna be lit. We have some incredible mentors about to join and take your questions and share their knowledge with you today. I'm gonna take one more question, then we're gonna get ready for the panel. Angela asks, how does the Modern Musician system encourage people to keep coming back to the online community and get people to share your music? It's an awesome question, Angela. I love that. And I think in that question, you're asking about how does it foster relationships? When you say, how does it keep coming back to the online community? How does it foster relationships, and how does it turn those relationships into cheerleaders, right? People who want to share your music and do things for you. So it's just like when you meet people in real life, there is a, hello, my name's Eli, what's your name? Then you get to know them a little bit. Then maybe you go out on some friends dates. Maybe you're best buds, maybe they become a life partner. There's a way to get to know someone. And what these systems do is essentially we replicate that natural human process through online systems, through marketing. We're not making anything up. We're just allowing for that connection to happen with modern musicians. So people are able to discover your music. They're able to join your fan community through email, through text, through Facebook or Discord. And then once they're in your community, you're able to foster those relationships, give value, and then they want to give value back to you by, getting your relics, getting your merch, joining your inner circle. Once they join your inner circle and really starting to get to know you, then you can start doing high ticket offers like custom songs, or come to my music video, or support me in my next album. So every step on that journey and that relationship is fostered by this technology, by Street Team, by the templates that we've set up. So it's a way to foster relationships, and it's a way for people to be so excited about your music that they want to share it with the people that they know. So great question, Angela. I love that. And this is all just natural, psychology, how we work as humans anyways. We're just doing it online and in a way that feels good to you as an artist, that feels authentic to you, that connects with your artist identity and brings in the fans that vibe with that. Awesome. Y'all, we are rocking. This is so fun. I have loved being our MC for day 2, and I'm really excited to introduce our partner panel. Right now, I'm going to bring on these rock stars when they come in and spotlight them because this is something I've been looking forward to a lot as well. So let me see if I can find them. And Kevin and Sherry and Chad, we see you. Your one-on-one sessions are coming up. Thank you for your patience. We are doing live one-on-one sessions right now with talent scouts who would love to connect with you and your music. There's Tiamo. Yeah.
Oh, snap. Ah!
Woo!
Yeah!
Matt.
Yep. Oh, snap, Matt. What's up, man?
Oh my goodness.
Welcome.
This is gonna be awesome. And Friedemann.
Oh man, why do I feel like this is like Knights of the Jedi Council?
I just felt so much power come on the screen right now. I'm gonna excuse myself. This is like a lot for me to handle. Michael's very good at this. So I'm gonna let y'all rock stars hang out. Michael can introduce you. I'm really excited for this panel. Thanks, y'all.
Beautiful. And real quick, I know that there might have been a last minute, like someone had to go to the hospital or something. Do we have our full panel here, or
I
was
think
there?
Christine is just feeling a little bit under the weather right now, so she's not going to make it, unfortunately. But we're sending Christine Morel lots of love, lots of affection, lots of healing vibes right now. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, I think it's like kidneys burst out. Hopefully, I don't know if it's like an appendix thing.
I don't know.
Anyways, yeah, sending some good vibes and love to Christine. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's kick off our partner panel for today. So a quick round of applause to Tiamo and Matt and Friedemann. Thank you guys for taking the time to be here. Yeah! And maybe we could start by just going around the panel, and if each of you could quickly introduce yourself and share what you really specialize in terms of the music industry, I think that'd be a good starting point. And then we'll be able to have a conversation just around general, like what separates the artists in your communities that you've seen who've been able to achieve the most success versus the ones who've struggled the most, and what are those common characteristics in each of our different domains that we focus on in the music industry. So Tiamo, do you want to start out? Oh, I need to ask all of you to unmute. There we go.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, this wouldn't be a very fun conversation if none of you could talk.
We are.
Great to see you, Michael, and the whole modern musician community. Love being here. And I'll start off by saying that I teach musicians how to have success delivering keynote concerts at live conferences where they combine live music with speaking.
Yeah. I mean, Tiamo, some of the presentations that you've done for our community before have just been so incredible in terms of this model around creating keynote concerts and doing these events. And sometimes these events pay tens of thousands of dollars to artists, and you really have a unique value that you can provide with your music, and you do something that's different than a traditional speaker. So love what you're doing, and thanks for being a part of the panel today.
Yeah, thank you.
And let's go to Matt. So Matt, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Hey guys, I'm Matt Santry, and it's great to be here today. Great to connect with Michael and Tiamo again, and for the first time today, meeting Friedemann. So this is awesome. So I run Well Paid Musician, and it is for performing musicians and DJs, helping them earn a better living through private event performances.
Fantastic. Yeah, and Matt, he's someone that came up on our radar because of Logan on our team. And,
Yes.
Logan, who a lot of you have connected with, if you're like a member of our Gold Arts Academy, he's our director of client success, and he's also one of our most successful musicians as well. And he credits so much the work that you're doing with like the live shows and performances. So a huge shout out to Matt, and thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Yeah, thanks. And shout out to Logan. He was one of our first success stories. So yeah, he's awesome.
Heck yeah. All right. And last up here, we got the one and only Friedemann. Friedemann, what's up, man?
Hey, hey guys, how's it going? It's good to see you all. And nice to meet you, Matt, and everyone else here on the panel. Hi, I'm Friedemann Findeisen from Holistic Songwriting. We teach or help artists become better musicians / writers / song makers. On the whole, like it's called holistic songwriting because we kind of combine everything that goes into song making, including finding your image and things like that. everything that has to do with making our songs better and a better experience for our listeners.
So good. Yeah, Freedom On is, we've had a chance to connect the past few years at our platinum retreats. We've been in Costa Rica and Hawaii most recently, and man, the value that he brings in this world of songwriting, when everything that we're talking about right now, and when it comes to promoting and creating a business around it, really the core of all of it, it starts with the songs and it starts with the music and what you're creating. And so incredibly valuable work that you're doing there. And I've really appreciated the presentations that you've done for our community around how to hone in on your voice, and in particular the branding and the identity one, where I don't want to give away the punchline to it, but basically it gives you some insight into who you are and how to present yourself in a really unique way. So I appreciate you being a part of this panel today.
Cool, man. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Good to be here.
And I also just saw that the one and only Ari Welcome just popped on here. So Ari is our director of strategic partnerships at Modern Musicians. So hey Ari, welcome to the panel. And I would love to hear maybe a quick intro from you in terms of what's your favorite part about your role as strategic partnerships, and why do you see them as important and valuable for what we do at Modern Musician and what we're doing for the community here?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Hey, Michael, great to see you. Ti amo, Freedom On, Matt, some of my favorite human beings. Well, one, it's just an honor to be amongst just these amazing minds, and also to see how we can all work together, because I think what we do is specialized. What Ti amo does, Freedom On, like you all have your superpowers. So it's like, how do we work together and bring all this value to our community of musicians? I'm looking at this amazing group here: Vaz, Steve, Akuda, like all these, it's almost like the X-Men Academy. Like everyone has these super powers, and everyone wants to grow. And so how do we work together to make all that happen?
Absolutely. Yeah, there is something about like peanut butter and jelly, and like when you put peanut butter and jelly together, it's a magical combination. And I think that one of the purposes of this panel today is that we really want to focus on, all of us, we have different genius zones, and the same thing goes for you and your music and other artists that you might collaborate with. Is that no one's going to be exactly the same, and you all have different strengths and different angles of viewing things. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of value in hearing other, like, multiple perspectives on the same situation. Different angles on the same situation can speak to the commonalities and can speak to the patterns and the truths, but you get to hear them from different perspectives, different ways of saying it. And I think that's, in a lot of cases, that's how it works when you're speaking towards fundamental truths and principles, is that people have different ways of expressing it and different ways of articulating it, but you are talking about the same common threads. So today, we're going to be focusing on specifically what is it that separates artists who are able to be successful and are able to achieve their goals versus the ones who struggle and or maybe give up early. And so maybe we can start with Ti amo. In your domain of in working with artists, I'm wondering if I'm sure you do, but what have you found to be those distinguishing factors between the artists who are able to achieve the greatest success?
Michael, I'm sure you can imagine I could share for an hour about this, but I'm going to give you like the 1-minute version. Yeah, the best way I can summarize is that musicians are giving away plastic spoons in one hand while holding golden spoons in the other. And so for me, what that means is musicians, at least in my community, have taken a stand for themselves in not continuing to give away their talent, their gifts, and their music for free. And they're standing in their value, right? And that's not just about what they get paid, but it's also about who they're in front of. And it's about being a contrarian and finding opportunities where most people are not looking, because most people have a mainstream mindset. So if you're going to have a mainstream mindset, you're going to get mainstream results. And in the music industry, traditionally, mainstream results isn't that great unless we look for something that is hidden behind the curtain, which I know that all of us on this panel here teach, which is where can you go where other people are not? Where instead of being tolerated, you're celebrated. So that's something that I find in my community, that people are really hungry for something else. Like they know in their heart and they know in their soul that they're meant for more. And there's a certain threshold that they cross. And this is so true for those who are the most successful in my community, where then eventually they cross the threshold because we get what we tolerate. So what are you tolerating? At a certain point, you decide, I'm not going to tolerate being a background musician if you want to be in the spotlight. At a certain point, you decide, I don't want to tolerate playing for free when I've been playing for 30 years. So it's a two-part thing. Number one is ask yourself, what are you tolerating? And then number two is, how do you change that so that you go where you're celebrated, not tolerated? So it takes a certain level of courage to say, I'm going to do something different than what everybody else is doing. And that's when my greatest student success stories stand out the most, because they're willing to go places that other people aren't. And it's not that these places are scary. These places are filled with abundance and opportunity, but it takes a certain mindset, which is what we're talking about here, to be able to leap into them.
Man, that's a very powerful point that you just brought up there. I feel like that was a mic drop moment. What it reminds me of is Steve Jobs. You know, he gave his famous speech around think different, and that was really like Apple's motto for so long, is think different. And the whole point of it was that the people who change the world aren't the people who are just doing normal things. You know, they're not just the people who are mainstream, like you put it. Like, they're the ones that are thinking differently, and they're the ones that are bold enough to actually go for it and to go against the current. You know, so success isn't, in a lot of cases, it's not necessarily a normal thing. It just happens on its own. You have to think different, and you have to, kind of step into your power, like you just described it. Like, you have to actually make a decision that your time and what you're doing is worth it, that the value is there. Love that. All right. Thank you, Tiamo. Moving on to our next panelist up here, we have the one and only Matt Santry. So Matt, in your community, what have you found to be some of the common characteristics between the artists who have been able to thrive the most and have had the most success versus ones who maybe have had a more difficult, challenging time of it?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, there's going to be a lot of commonality here between what we're talking about. I think we're going to hear the word mindset over and over, but to me, it's the most important thing, more than talent. So what I would say is the ones who drop the struggling identity and adopt the opportunity identity. So when 7.5 years ago, before we had kids, a lot of late nights, a lot of performances, and I struggled to get up early. And I thought, like, getting up at 6:30 was like the worst thing that could happen to me. Really, nowadays, I get to wake up early. I get to take my oldest to the bus stop every morning. I get to do that. I get to wake up with my youngest. I get to get him out of the crib. Like, these are things that I get to do that before I looked at were like, God, why would anyone want to do that? So it's a choice, right? I chose to be a parent. And so in the same way, I just wanted to share an example of an email I got from someone who was defending their right to struggle. Can I share my screen? Am I able to do that? Or if not, I can just read it.
Yeah, can someone on our team give him co-host privileges so you can share your screen?
So for this exercise, I just thought it would be better to see the words, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace the word struggling with I get to, and see how that changes the entire tone and the entire identity of this
And
message.
you can share your screen now, it looks like.
Now
You
I
should
can.
have.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right, so I believe this is it. If you guys can see this, you see the message here? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
So I'm struggling to get traction, struggling to ensure the songs I'm writing are better each time, struggling to improve performance, stage presence, balanced time, family time with focus. So struggled, everything here. Can we always work smarter? Yes. Is the choice to try and build a music career one fraught with challenges and struggle? Yes, in that sense, I am choosing to struggle. Okay.
Wow.
So he's at least admitting that he's choosing to struggle, because this is in response to me saying, I don't think that's serving you. I don't think that's good for your mental health. And I don't think that that's going to help you succeed. So you don't have to be in this space. You know, no one's forcing you to be an artist. You know, you don't have to be here. So if you want to be here, and if you want to look at it through a different lens, is going to help your mental health and help your success, swap this out. I get to ensure that my songs I'm writing are better each time. I get to improve performance, stage presence. I get to put together the right collaborations. I get to ensure I continue to enjoy the music and the process, despite the setbacks. The choice to try and build a music career rife with opportunity. Yes, in that sense, I am choosing to love the process. So stop the share there, but
So good. Yeah, I love the way that was articulated there. And you know, it's been a common thread through, like you mentioned, like this is success is true. I mean, the principles are true, and then there's different ways of articulating it. And that was a particularly, I don't use this word often, but I feel like poignant. It's like a good way to describe that. Phil Johnson said, like, his number one piece of advice for everyone was to embrace the what do you put it? Embrace the mess, or embrace the challenge, embrace the journey. But I think it's the exact same idea you're talking about right here. It's really about reframing the struggles to actually lean into it. It's actually a good thing. This is a part of the process. We get to do this.
Yeah, you get to do it. Get to be an artist. That's amazing. Like such a privilege, you know?
It's a blessing. It's an opportunity to work through our challenges, to work through the problems and to solve them. I think Tony Robbins says something to the degree of, you know, life doesn't happen to us, life happens for us. And gosh, man, what a powerful mindset shift. Thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. All right. Freedom, what do you got for us? You have a extensive background in working with songwriters, and I would love to hear from your perspective, you know, what are some of the common patterns that you recognize from the artists who are able to be the most, you know, successful and, you know, are able to thrive the most versus the ones who maybe give up early or quote unquote struggling through it?
You know, I think it's a number of things, and I think it changes throughout this, you know, a life, of course, and with different stages in life. I found that those who continue to do well seem to be the ones who are able to look at the bigger picture of what they're doing. Obviously, mindset is hugely important in that. I kind of took your question, I guess, a little more literally in terms of, I think one of the core things to master is process, like figuring out how you do your work and finding a way that you do that doesn't kill you, so you don't run into dead ends when you work, so you keep continuously are able to have ideas, and there's ways to make that easier for yourself, so you're having fun while you work, things like that. And so you're able to deliver within a deadline. Things like that I find are just so massively important, and I can't believe how many artists I meet that are really doing already quite well, but the thing that's keeping them from doing really well is that they haven't figured out how to do this like consistently. They're still kind of messing about. Their process is completely chaotic. They don't know what they're working towards. They don't have any deadlines for themselves. And it's basically sheer luck if they're able to deliver by a deadline, or just basically banging their head against a keyboard until something comes out, and they often have to deliver, like, you know, subpar work to whoever like employed them or whatever it is, if they're working for someone, or if they have to release a single by a certain date because whatever fan base wants it, or record label says so or something. If they'll either they they have to wait. They can't release it right away, or they just have to release something that isn't as good. And those are not good options, obviously, for us musicians. Like I always think we should do our very best work, because I completely agree with you, Matt. Like it's a pleasure, it's a privilege to be able to do this. And like, why do anything but our best work if we can't help it, you know? And I think a huge part of that is just being a very efficient writer, learning how to write fast so that you have more time if you want to make your song better. And I think that's just one of the biggest things. And then I would also say that later on, there is a shift I found that happens. It's kind of hard to tell when that shift happens, but maybe I think we can usually tell based on the reactions that we get from other people when quality almost isn't as important anymore. When we are at a skill level where pretty much everything that we put out will have that quality no matter what we do. And then your biggest enemy, your arch enemy, isn't bad anymore, right? It's not a matter of like, is it good or bad? Everything you put out is probably going to be good at that point. And at that point, the biggest enemy becomes bland, right? Or it's just like, well, this is really good, but it feels like something I've heard many times before. And this is kind of what Jamo said as well, is it's about, at this point, it becomes about breaking the mold, about doing something truly different, about, this is what we do with image, right? Is finding something that makes you unique, that allows you to break the rules, and doing that consciously and saying, this is where I differ from everyone else. And yeah, I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but this is just what I choose because I think this is so much more interesting and allows me to do all of these crazy things that nobody else is allowed to do, basically, because they have to stick to the rules. And I think at that point, that's when we can take our songs from being very good, very proficient, very, write the correct way to write songs, and take them to something that is truly artistic. I think this is for me the moment when people move from being a musician to really being an artist, when they dare to be naked on stage, when they dare to share something of themselves that isn't perfect, when they know this is not perfect, but this is exactly what connects us as humans. It's something that I think, yeah, that has this power to really connect with people, to show them that we're all in this together and we're all kind of struggling with life in a way. Like, this might be maybe taking it a little too far right now, but that's what I find is like kind of that second huge phase that people have to go through is understanding that at some point you have to just abandon all the rules, and everything that you've learned, you kind of put that on the back burner and you say like, okay, well, who am I? What do I want to say? And then you make the rules follow you instead of the other way around.
Wow. Yeah, that was beautiful, articulated super well. Yeah, what that reminded me of at the very end there was this concept of emulate, emulate, then innovate, right? So like with a lot of us, in order to get started, it is really helpful to emulate and to see what people who've invested tens of thousands of hours have done, and that's basically what each of you are doing, is you're creating a model for people to be able to emulate and to be able to shortcut spending thousands of hours or spending tens of thousands of dollars figuring it out themselves, so they can emulate to shortcut. But there is a point where you can't just emulate. Like, you have to do something different. You have something unique, and you have to figure out what is it that sets you apart, so you can innovate and do something new. Awesome. And I love the point that you brought up too about just like process and habit. I forget what the exact quote is, but there's something along the lines of excellence is a habit. And it seems like there's a lot of truth to that. Like, it's what we do on a day-to-day basis, and it's really like setting up those processes and how we show up at each moment that dictates the end result. And so it is powerful to focus on that process. So I can share my own version of what everyone is up here is saying right now in terms of what separates people who are able to achieve their goals versus maybe people who give up early or don't go for it. I would say like the key word that I would say is like decision, and making a decision, going all in, and deciding they're going to make it happen, going all in on it. Yeah, I think that when we started as a band, we basically had an opportunity to decide do we want to go to college, or do we want to and do the music like kind of at the same time, or do we want to go all in on the band and really give it a shot? And originally we were kind of leaning towards college because a few of us had full ride scholarships, and I was going to be a dentist. Oh man, I'm so glad I'm not a dentist. I'm not anything against dentists. I'm not passionate about teeth. But
engineer, by the way.
And so we just had that decision point, and I'll never forget a conversation we had with one of our first producers. His name was Jordan Schmidt, and he basically heard what we were talking about, and he like paused what we were listening to, and he said, if you guys are serious about your music, if you really want to be successful, then you need to make a decision to go all in on it. It's okay if you want to do it at the same time as college, but you're talking about your goals, like you really want to be successful with this. And the bands who are successful are the ones who burn their bridges and they go all in on this. And for us, that really was a big shift in our mindset, and sort of realizing we need to make a decision to go all in. And we also were able to figure out, we could defer our scholarships for a year and basically have a year to go all in. So we had a time window of which we were going to go all in, hold nothing back. So it wasn't like we just had no, if you're going to go tightrope walking, like it's kind of nice to have a parachute at the bottom. So like worst case scenario, you address the worst case scenario. But I do truly believe that if we had tried to do the music and gone to college at the same time, we wouldn't have been able to achieve some of the things that we did with Paradise Fears, and we certainly wouldn't be here right now. And I feel like that's the thing that I see in a difference in mindset between the artists who are on stage, who are doing the Artist of the Year competition and are sharing, their success, is that they're people who you can tell when you hear them talk, like they've made a decision where it's not like a maybe if like this kind of works out, I'm going to kind of test. I'm going to see if this kind of works, but they don't have like pre-programmed excuses as to why like it might not work. It's like, I'm going to make it work no matter what. And I might fall on my face and it might be hard and it might kind of, it might be challenging sometimes, but I'm going to work through it. I'm going to make it happen. And there's just something about making that decision and going all in that I think is one of the most important factors towards being successful with all this. All right, so man, you just heard a quick snapshot from some of the greatest minds that I know in terms of success mindset. And now maybe we can open up the floor to some crowd participation. If you have any questions specifically that you'd like to share with the panel, then either we could bring you on here live and you could ask your question and we could just have a discussion around it. Or if you'd like to put a question in the chat under questions, then we can do it that way as well. In fact, that's probably the best way to do it to start with. At the bottom of the screen, there's a little box that says Q&A. And if you click on that, then you have an option to submit a question for the panel. So Steve asked a question for Tiamo. So he asked, Tiamo, do we as a musician also function as one of the speakers or not? So I think he's curious about keynote concerts and how blending your music together with the keynotes, kind of like how that works. And I think this is actually a really valuable lesson just in general about blending music with like Phil Johnson blends it with comedy, and kind of bringing in music as a unique angle to a market for keynote concerts. It's a really cool opportunity. So I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Steve, thank you for your question. And the answer is yes. So you're a hybrid speaker musician. And when I say speaker, when I use that term, some musicians get intimidated because they feel like, oh, I don't have like this presentation. I don't have a lecture to give. It's not that. It's telling the stories behind your songs. Because something that I learned about speakers is that they're great storytellers with a message. And so that completely changed my framework around speaking. And I thought, well, I can tell stories. I've been doing that for years at coffee shops and bars when no one was listening, and hotels and stuff like that. So yes, it's where you're combining speaking with live music and you're getting booked as the main keynote presenter on stage. and you're essentially just telling stories and then performing the songs about them.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. Oh, I should probably mention this as well, is that we're going to include the links to all of the guest speakers that you have here. And I think that we followed with you beforehand about this, but if I didn't, then I'm kind of putting you on the spot. But knowing all of you, you're extremely generous. So I think that you'd be more than happy to do this. But I think that for each speaker here, they're going to prepare a gift for you in their domain, just as a free gift, so that you can join their community and you can learn from like a cheat sheet or something specifically about the topic that they teach. And so maybe, I'm sure you have some resources around keynote concerts as well that could be super valuable to share.
Yeah, I've got a live masterclass coming up. So for those who want to know more about that, then you're welcome to join me.
Fantastic. As I was looking at some of these questions too, I realized that there's another topic that would complete the initial, like the first question we just asked around success mindset, because I think that what we just did right now is really powerful to really identify the characteristics of the artists that are able to achieve success, and we saw some of those common threads through them. But I think what also probably would be valuable is if we kind of flip that around and we actually describe what are some common characteristics or patterns that we see around maybe artists that are struggling or that have that need to work on that mindset. And I think that this could be a valuable kind of wake up, or like bringing some awareness to, like, all of us venture between these two different paths sometimes. We all have the wolf of love and the wolf of fear inside of us. So I think it would be helpful to kind of point out some of those common characteristics and patterns that we see getting in the way of success as well. You want to kick that one off, Yama?
Where do I begin, Michael? So let's start with, I would say, musicians being very identified with their victim story, where they actually really use it as an excuse for all the reasons why it's not working, as opposed to elevating yourself, challenging yourself, and really stepping forward in a new way. So I can see where musicians get very comfortable with that. And I know, because that's how I used to be. I felt like I was continuing to be in the struggle, since we've used that term. And thank you for that great comparison, Matt. And so for me, is like I was attached to my story, my sad story about why I wasn't making it as a musician, given where I wanted to go. I was doing it full time, but I just felt extremely self-identified with that until I reached a tipping point and I knew that I had to completely reinvent myself. Because the results that I wanted, the outcomes that I wanted, the dreams that I wanted to live weren't going to happen if I kept being and doing things the same way. So I see that in musicians who come into my world, where when I teach about keynote concerts and other things, it takes a really big shift in mindset. But if you have a small mindset, you can't have a big vision. And so I find that musicians tend to want to stay comfortable in their misery. And I want to pull them out of the trenches and be like, look at this whole world out here. Like, if you just come out of the hole, like, look at this whole world that's out here for you. And they're like, no, but I want to stay in here. And I'm like, come on, we can do this together. And it takes like all this reminding and nudging and pushing and all of this stuff. And sometimes I ask myself, why is it so hard to convince everyone that there's this whole world of abundant opportunities? And then, some musicians decide they want to come out of the hole and step into the light. And so when we're talking about common themes, to me, that is a really big common theme. Another one would be not willing to take positive risks. And I know taking risks is really scary. But I also believe that safety is where scarcity lives, and uncertainty is where abundance lives. So if you are willing to jump into the uncertainty, into the unknown, and embrace that and let go of being a perfectionist, which so many musicians are, including myself in the past, if you're willing to let go of that then I also feel like there's so much more that's waiting for you, because I believe your zone of genius, as you mentioned earlier, Michael, and I believe that your brilliance is on the other side of certainty, right? So certainty is safe. It's what you've known. It's where you've been. It's how you've done it. It's how everybody else does it. And then uncertainty is letting go of all of that and be willing to explore what that could be like in terms of what's so unique. And Friedemann talked about that. It's like being unique and true to yourself and all of that. Like, but the only way to find that is to take a big risk on yourself. And then the last thing I'd say is, and I alluded to this earlier, but I see that musicians are so scared to charge what they're worth. They're like terrified of it. But you don't know how great it tastes until you actually charge what you're worth and you get paid for it. Because I believe that our fee is an expression of our self-worth. And so you can't have the success and the value that you're looking for if you just keep giving it all away, because then people will undervalue you. Because a lot of times musicians ask me, like, how do you know how the market values you? And I say, well, you know if the market values you because they pay you. So to me, as far as your fee and what you get paid, that's way beyond money. It's actually a spiritual thing for me. And to answer your question, Mike, I feel like so many musicians just continue to stay small in their fee and what they deliver and how much they're willing to accept for it. It's like when you actually accept so much more and you declare that, you're not just reacting to it, but you declare it, then people view you totally differently. Like, people respect you so much more, they revere you so much more, and they want to hire you so much more. So when I went from being struggling, broke musician guy to then doing the counterintuitive thing, which was raising my fees, which I thought didn't make any sense at all, but this stuff doesn't make sense. But then when I started raising my fees and standing in my value, then the perception that people had of me was so much more elevated, which then created so many more opportunities.
It's so much gold in there. One thing that came up as you're describing that, it kind of felt like a core thread throughout, all three of those characteristics was about this process of kind of letting go of their old identity. So like they have maybe a victim identity, or they've been doing the same thing and they're used to it, it's normal, and you actually have to take a risk and you have to do something different and you have to go into the unknown in order to experience any meaningful, growth or transformation. It reminded me of, we went deep into the core story and the hero's journey, yesterday, and it just goes so well with everything you just talked about, with like going from the known and being willing to take that leap into the unknown, and then having to go through this death and rebirth, where the old version of you, the comfortable, the safe version, the victim version, gets let go of, so you can emerge and you can come back to the known world, but with a new gift, a new blessing to be able to share. Just awesome. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I would love to hear Matt Santry. What's your perspective on common characteristics between what you find in common with artists who maybe are in the quote unquote struggle and have are suffering through it, maybe perhaps unnecessarily?
Well, so much of what Tiamo just said resonates with what I do and what we work on in our community. Asking for higher fees, feeling like we're getting paid our worth. That is such a huge theme. And so first, to address that, I feel like it comes with informed confidence. And I've borrowed that term from Tim Ferriss, who's used this. Essentially, that it's not hyping yourself up in the mirror all this self-talk. It's doing the thing. And then when you do the thing, you go, okay, well, I can do that again. Let me do it a little bit better next time, and better and better and better. And that's how you can raise your fees. And then it's not even psychology or self-talk anymore. It's just reality. Okay, well, this is what I'm getting paid. This is what the market is paying me. So I don't leave my house for less than this. And that feels great. And also, like Tiamo said, people treat you better. When I played bar gigs for $150, the manager would be like, yeah, you took a 17-minute break instead of a 15-minute break. We're going to dock your pay, or, you know what I mean? Like the ridiculous stuff. When I come to these, private performances, they treat me like I'm a rock star. It's like, roll out the red carpet, make sure you get something to eat. You want something to drink, just enjoy yourself. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you could perform for us. I am so grateful that you were here. It's like, wow, this is fantastic. Yes, thank you. So all that was going through my mind, as Tiamo was saying, because it's the same stuff that we talk about. Now, when I think about scarcity and abundance, I think that we all have to check ourselves constantly, because it is a spectrum and no one is thinking in one side all the time. That's not how it works. So check yourself. Like if you are feeling, I just bought a new pair of in-ear monitors. It's been like a decade since I need a new pair. And I was thinking about like I bought like the high-end version. I was like, you know what? This is a thing that's going to last me at least 10 years. And I'm going to be doing all these performances and I want the best. But for a second I thought, well, maybe I should get the cheaper one, because it's like half the price. It's like, well, okay. You're leaning towards scarcity because that's a sign of like, being kind of cheap, right? Because this is an investment in my business and it's a tool that I need to perform, to do my job. So I should get the best product that I should get. So just checking yourself on a regular basis, like, okay, well, where am I on this spectrum? Where am I tending? Because the more you're tending towards the scarcity, the more risk adverse you're going to be, the more safe you're going to be. And like Tiamo said, you're going to go back to your old habits and your safety zone versus, thinking about the opportunity, the abundance. So just check yourself on a regular basis. Where am I on this spectrum, and how can I kind of lean more towards the abundance side of things?
Fantastic. Yeah, great reminder that this is a process and a journey, and it's not just like you do the work once and it's like, okay, cool, I got it, and I'm never going to have to do anything again.
Exactly.
One of my favorite analogies for that is that it's kind of like taking a shower, where it's not like you just take one shower and then you're like, okay, cool, like I'm clean for the rest of my life. But it's like you have to refresh over time and check yourself, like you're describing. Awesome. Friedemann, how about you? What do you think in terms of common characteristics and patterns?
I don't think you have to shower every day. No,
I don't know what things are like over there in Germany, but
I mean, I'm working from home with the webcams, so nobody can. No. Yeah, for me, it's really got to be. So I always notice this when I'm working with people on like these real hardcore skills, things like ear training, music theory, songwriting craft, music production, sound design, things like that to a lot of people seem like skills that are not core skills. They feel like, no, I should just know how to write a song so I can move on to making money, being successful, and things like that. And I feel like there's a fear of wasting time, and they become very stressed when you start talking about these things, and especially when they're not immediately making progress, because ear training takes a lot of time. It's a slow process, and people are very hesitant to start learning music theory, and they have all these reasons why they don't want to start. The real reason is honestly that they're often just lazy. They don't want to learn it because it's not easy. What I feel, and this is what I tell them, is I think you have so much time, especially so many of our students are, like in their 30s, and they feel like, oh, I have to be successful now because this is my last chance. And it's really not. You have so much time. And it's really what I always how I think about it is you want to make your product better, right? Like your product can almost market itself if it's really, obviously you need a lot of marketing around it. There's no question. And funnels and sales stuff, that's all part of it. But if your product isn't great, people are just not going to buy it. And by that I don't necessarily even mean like spend money for it, but just believe you, right? They don't buy it. They don't get it. They don't believe you as an artist. You're not being your best self when you put out stuff that isn't based on like proper skill and proper care and proper love for what you do. And so I think it's about I think people really notice when you've put in the time. I think people really notice when you're the real deal versus just a hack. And we have, unfortunately, I think like everyone, people who just want to know the tricks because they want to skip a lot of the work and they just want to know the good stuff. And unfortunately, that's not how it works because sometimes in the stuff that seems extraneous, that seems like you don't necessarily need to know it, there's like a couple of crumbs there that make you so much better and that make you really get it, you know. And like for example, for my own personal experience, I learned how to write counterpoint, something I never use today. But learning that I think I took like a year-long course and really wrote a lot of counterpoint during that time. I learned so many things about how to write good melodies. And it's really like you could summarize the rules of counterpoint really quickly, but after doing it for a year, you learn it on such a different level. You start hearing things differently. You start hearing when something doesn't work in terms of counterpoint. And even though counterpoint sounds very classical if you adhere to the rules, you still use some of those principles and you learn some things from that. And it's really hard to explain because a lot of it is really subconscious, but you kind of absorb some of those sounds, some of those combinations of notes and bass notes, right? And it becomes part of how you write, and you are becoming a better melody writer because of that. And nobody wants to do a year of something that feels like, oh, it sounds so classical. But I think it really makes a big difference. There's so many things that people are missing out on. And I really think the biggest ones are music theory, ear training, and especially songwriting theory. I'm always shocked because I think these are some of the best things we can do for having a long-term career. And I encourage people to really think about everything that they're learning as a long-term investment. Every time you invest in yourself is right the the more abstract way to say it. Every time you invest in yourself, that's something you'll have for the rest of your life. So that's how I look at it.
Fantastic. Yeah, I feel like you brought, similar to this question, like in the first one, a level of practicality to it, just in terms of, you show up and you do the work, and if you don't do the work, then that's the thing that can kind of get in the way. And it does seem like the discipline of like actually showing up and doing it and creating the habit around doing the right things is extremely important. Awesome.
Well, I am German, so
there you go. So yeah, I mean, again, I think we're all just like speaking to the same thing and like different angles, but if the thing that creates success is the ability to lean into the challenge and lean into the discomfort and lean into failure and kind of fail forward and to learn from it and to have the right mindset. I feel like on the flip side of that, the common pattern that I see is around like version of evasiveness or hiding or a lack of willingness to like show up completely. And I think that generally what that looks like is we kind of retreat to the things that feel comfortable, or we avoid really taking the risk or putting ourselves out there or showing up and just releasing. Sometimes it shows up as perfectionism or overwhelm, or it's procrastination maybe, but there's like a lack of willingness to go all in. There's hesitation, there's doubt. And generally, I think it's because of a lack of willingness to just show up fully and be present and face the fear and face the potential embarrassment or failure of that happens when you do make a decision, you go all in. Because the truth is, like when you do go all in and you make that decision, now you can't fall back on the excuses that you might have been able to say in the past. Like, well, I wasn't really trying. I wasn't, I had XYZ and I couldn't really fully commit to it. And that's why, I wasn't successful. Where if we really make a decision, we decide to go all in, I think part of the fear is that, well, if I do embarrass myself, if I fail, then I've really tried, and like it really, there's something that is going to, it's going to damage. I'm going to die in a certain way. So yeah, just like the falling back on the comfortable, the easy thing, which is like a trap in the short term. I forget who the person was that had this quote, but I feel like this articulated it really well, was that life is hard if you do it the easy way, and it's easy if you do it the hard way. So like, yeah, it's hard if you do it the easy way. If you, in the short term, you just eat a bunch of junk food and, and you do the bad habits or you just watch TV, like it's easy to do, right? But it creates a life that is, much harder and much less fulfilling, and it's challenging, and you have, it don't feel as good, versus if you actually do the hard thing first, you quote unquote eat the frog. If you show up fully, if you face, the challenge, then it actually gets easier and you actually enjoy it more. And yeah, it seems like that's a good way to show up and be able to actually make the most out of our limited time here being alive. Awesome. All right. How's everyone here feeling so far? The people here in the chat, like, I feel like I'm just getting soaked in like wisdom from the panelists. So I'm really enjoying this. Are you guys getting value from this? Yeah. Yes. Beautiful. We've got some good questions as well. Fantastic. Yes, I had one more really good question that I wanted to ask all of you guys, because it also goes with the theme of the event as well. And then maybe we can get through it and we can do a quick Q&A as well with some questions that are coming in. So the last question I had was like really the theme for this overall event is about building community. And as musicians, it seems like our value in so many ways has been about bringing people together and building connection, and the music is a vehicle to do that. But also for us as like artists, being a part of a community, like being here together in one place, and like the community that all of us are in together, is extremely important. So yeah, I would love to hear each of you speak, maybe quickly, just to what you view the role of community and the value of community in terms of building a successful career. Yeah, so maybe we can start with Tiamo again. Oh, I think I might have to unmute you there.
I think that musicians and most, if not all, artists really isolate themselves, which is a dichotomy, because I think the reason why we create this art is to connect with other humans. And so I think it's instrumental to find a community as a collective muse for the inspiration and also for the support. And I would say in searching for that community, and so many of you have it here with Modern Musician, and I love that. And I would also assess your immediate community, right? So you've got Modern Musician, and I love that outlet for you. And then I would say for me, at the precipice of having a lot more success with my music, I really did a self-evaluation of my immediate community of the people who were around me on a daily basis, whether that's other artists and friends and things like that. And I had to really make a big shift around that. So it's really about surrounding yourself with people who are going to stretch you, who are going to challenge you, and most importantly, who will love you for who you really are. And I think sometimes as artists, we are so passionate that other people in our immediate community don't necessarily understand us and maybe judge us, maybe discourage us, say things like you should do a real job or you should do something that'll really make you money. And maybe they come from love and they don't really understand what it's like to be us. So definitely part of a community where people understand, but they also don't let you get away with things. They don't let you get away with all the reasons why things aren't working or why it's been so long. And they they encourage you to find a new path. And so I would say, as far as like, to wrap up my thought around this with community, is that your suffering only continues because of your inability to say no. And that means no to perhaps some of the people that you've been surrounding yourself with, and other things too. But so much of it is around people and how much we're influenced by the people in our lives. So I had to go through a process of saying no to some of the people in my lives. And I had to get new friends. I had to get new mentors. I had to be in a great accountability group. I had to hire coaches. I actually had to say no to some of the musicians I was hanging out with because I could see where vibrationally I was staying stuck. Because old keys don't unlock new doors. So if you want to unlock new doors, you want to find new keys, you got to find new people. So that's the best way I can put it.
So good. Someone's recording this, right? Okay. Okay, good. Awesome. Let's go to Matt. I'd love to hear from your perspective the importance and value of community as it relates to everything we're talking about here today.
Yeah, I forget who said this, but I believe that it is true that most people would rather be understood than loved. And if you think about that, why people spend time with their friends, even sometimes over their family, because sometimes, like Tiamo says, like people close to you don't get what you do, right? They don't understand it. Maybe they think they're helping you out by suggesting that you get that real job or you do the traditional thing because that's what they did. So I think that most people would rather be just understood. And so building a community is, as part of that. But yeah, again, like having the right balance of people that will challenge you, give you constructive criticism and encourage you as well. Because, it is easy to get swept up in social media feedback. And those are people that a lot of times have no idea who you are, and they just say things. So when you can go to a real community of people who do know you and can give you real feedback, and that's grounding. So, yeah, that's the way I would.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, having a community can kind of be like an insulator between you and people who don't know who you are and people that aren't, necessarily as encouraging. And everyone's just going through their own stuff. But
yeah,
awesome, fantastic. And Friedemann, I'd love to hear from you as well. What have you found in terms of community as a tool and the importance of it as it relates to building a successful music career?
Yeah, I mean, for me, in a very real sense, when like I was doing YouTube for 3 years, I think, between 2015 and 2018, uploading a video a week, working super hard on it. This was the only thing I was doing, and I had like, I think 200 subscribers. Like it was going just horribly. But I had a teacher of mine actually, who met like randomly at a store, tell me like, "Hey, I saw a YouTube channel. I think if you keep going like this, it's going to be very successful." And that meant so much, just hearing an outside perspective, that kind of put so much more, like, first of all, it lifted a weight off my shoulders where I'm like, oh, I think I am doing something right. Because there's a fear when you're working by yourself that because you're kind of working in a void, right? You don't really know what you're working towards. You're trying out all of these things. You don't know what's going to work, what isn't going to work. And so a lot of the work you do is you're trying to kind of please everybody because you don't know your audience yet. You have nobody to kind of rein you in and tell you like, hey, this is good. This is what we want. And so I think it's a really stressful experience for artists when they're trying to please this theoretical idea of a fan that doesn't like anything. But when you find your audience, you have people there that will tell you like, hey, we don't really care about all of these things that you're doing. This is what we like. Like with the YouTube channel, which then exploded and we, we're on the front page of YouTube, in case you didn't know, like went really viral and went really huge. And before that, it was so difficult to make those videos because I just didn't know what I should do. If you have such a small market, essentially, so few viewers, it's really hard to tell what's good or what's bad if you make good stuff or bad stuff. But when you have like a couple of, 10,000 people watching your stuff and giving you comments, even though some of those might be really ruthless and it's hard sometimes reading those comments, but I've always found that all of these have an inching, like some truth in there. And it's very worth reading your meanest comments, because there's always something in there that tells you like, oh, you know what? This person is actually saying this, maybe not in the nicest way, but actually what they're saying is not too bad. And you have a lot of feedback that you can use to then make your product better, or to say like, oh, you know what? I just disagree with this. I'm not going to listen to this person. That's also fun, of course. So there's a responsibility to deliver when you have your fan base. That's a huge thing as well. And another thing that I noticed, which I think I didn't during those first 3 years, and then slowly as the audience was growing, was that we have a power over who our audience is as well. What we want to, like, what I realized is like, I felt like in the beginning the wrong people were showing up. Like when you're playing concerts and people come, the wrong people come to the merch stand. People were like, you know what? I don't know. Like, you're not the kind of person I want to be talking to. For example, my style with teaching music is very much like thinking about formulas. And I'm, as I said, I was going to be an engineer at some point. Thank God I didn't become an engineer. But I think I still have that mindset, right? I'm a very analytical mind. And so I like talking to people who do that as well. I love talking nerd music. I love talking music theory. I love talking like analyzing music and things like that. And those are the people that I want in my life. And so once I realized that the kind of content I create determines the kind of people that I draw into my life, that changed everything. Because maybe my audience is going to be a little bit smaller, but they're exactly the people that I want, exactly the people that I want to talk to, and exactly the people who are going to love my stuff. So I think it's a cross pollination, right? If they love my way of thinking, I like their way of thinking. Obviously, that's going to be a really good match. So it's understanding that you have, and this is hard to do when you don't have an audience, right? But understanding very early on that you have the power to determine what your audience looks like, what kind of people you draw into your life, the kind of friends you pull into your life. The very first presentation I gave for holistic songwriting ever in 2014 or whatever, right? Two women sat in that audience. The one of them became my first girlfriend, and the other one I'm married to right now. So it's not saying you're going to get married because of that, but it made a huge difference for me, right? In terms of you attract the kind of people into your life that you the kind of the fish the small fish you throw in, that's the big fish you're going to go get back, I think.
Yeah. Oh man, this is so good. Yeah, the idea of what you reap what you sow, right? Like whatever seeds we plant, like that's what is formed, and we have the ability to intentionally, decide what we want and to create things that are specifically designed with that intention, and to reap what we sow. Beautiful. Well, you know what? I think we are getting ready to wrap up our panel for today. This has been awesome. I personally feel super inspired having all of you on here. So I just want to take a moment to say thank all of you for being a part of this community. And I feel like one of the biggest blessings in my life and with what we're doing at Modern Musician here is sort of witnessing this evolution of this greater music community that we're all a part of. And I see all of us kind of have our own like microcosms within this, this community, and we all have our, our genius zones and different ways of perceiving things. But I just so appreciate all of you and the work that you're doing to help serve musicians. And I appreciate you being a part of this community as well, and this greater community that we're all a part of, and for sharing, some of the lessons that you've learned in your experience working with artists.
Amazing. I love to hear just like one last thing from each of our mentors right here. Maybe just a last nugget of wisdom here. I mean, there's just like, knowledge bombs being dropped left and right. I respect y'all so much. And like, now that we have like this attention, we're at this space, I'd love to hear just from each of you on like the one piece of advice you have in a sentence or two for folks who are listening right now, wherever they are in their artist journey.
Yeah, let's say so. Everyone who's here right now, we're here because we want to make 2024 the best year yet for our music career, and to make a significantly bigger impact and to have more freedom in our lives. So yeah, if you could share one piece of advice with everyone that's here, what would that be? And we'll start with Tiamo.
All right. Well, I want to share that in the last segment, I really appreciated how it was brought up and reemphasized the importance of getting honest feedback. I think that when you really care and love someone, you give them honest feedback in a loving way, as opposed to like the polite feedback. And to expand on that, as far as one piece of advice, there's so much I could share, but this was really profound for me. And I recognize that if I want to have greater success and impact and touch a lot more lives, I needed to raise my vibration to meet the high vibe outcomes that I wanted to have. I'm not going to go into all the ways that I did that, but one thing that I did was create a purpose statement. Because I really believe that the bigger your why is, the easier the how becomes. And we all can get very lost in the how hole. And I love strategy. I teach about the how, like I honor all of that stuff. But for me, it begins with the why. And you have to be super clear on what your why is and what your bigger purpose is. And if you sit down to think about or meditate or pray or whatever it is, if you do that around your purpose and your purpose isn't coming, then maybe you got to figure out like a different path. Sometimes it takes some time to come to you, but you have to create quiet and space for that, which is why I meditate, because when there's quiet, the soul speaks. So that's where it comes from. But the actionable thing that I have for everyone here is I want you to create a purpose statement as far as why are you doing your music? And I want you to go much deeper than, well, because I want a lot of fans, or deeper than because I love doing live gigs and it makes me feel awesome. Like, I mean, that's great. But were you born for this? Is this a calling in your heart? Like, what is the purpose for you doing this? And then for me, when I wrote it out and I had it on my desk and I get to work every day, it's like I look at my purpose statement so that I know why I'm doing all of this every day. And so that I continue to be reminded about what my why is. And as I'm reminded, I'm in that space and I raise my vibration, the opportunities and the how, like the how finds me. There's definitely how that I pursue, but there's also how that pursues me, right? So invite pursuit in your life. And one of the greatest ways that you can invite pursuit, where people are chasing you, opportunities are chasing you, and as Friedemann said, the rules are even chasing you. Like, the way to do that is to raise your vibration. One of the best tangible ways I think you can do that is having a purpose statement, so you're totally clear on your why, so that the how becomes easier for you.
So good. Yeah, getting extremely clear on your purpose for being here. And there was an exercise we did yesterday that was where we started with the question, which was, what is our purpose for being here, and kind of going into that. And the general consensus that we were sharing was there's different ways to articulate it, but that we're here to like contribute, and we're here for growth and evolution and for love and connection. And as you were just describing that, one thing that came up for me, Tiamo, and I'm going to do this for myself for this exercise as it relates to music, but it's something that is at the core of Modern Musician. And when we started Modern Musician, Jeff Walker really focuses on this idea of your avatar and really focusing on them and the transformation that they experience. But something just clicked with me when you were just sharing that, Tiamo, which is that the contribution, us setting an intention and figuring out specifically understanding our purpose on a deep way of as it relates to what's the impact that you're going to make on your fans' lives, and thinking about how are their lives going to be different, how that could be connected, to your purpose. And I felt like there's a lot of power there if all of us as an exercise just really deeply think about the people in our community, the people, the fans in our lives, and just the people around us. And we imagine, what's the positive impact, the transformation that we want our music to make on their lives, or our community to make on their lives. So good. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. And Matt, that, excuse me, Matt, Michael, Friedemann, Ari, Eli, everybody here, we know that the power of music goes beyond touching lives. It goes beyond changing lives, all the way up to saving lives. Like, music literally saves lives. And sometimes it happens in ways we don't know. It's not necessarily like our fans will reach out to us and tell us, but we find out years later, or some other conversation that we've had. That's how it's happened for me. It was not necessarily something that was shared with me directly with that person in all cases, but sometimes secondhand. I can't think of anything better than that. And music has a power to do that in ways that other things don't. Right? So whether it's changing lives, saving lives, like whatever it might be, like, we as artists have something that we take for granted a lot that is so extremely powerful. And to your point, Michael, I think that if we get even clearer and we go even deeper with what that is, and we make an exercise out of that, I'm so happy that you did that yesterday, but like, we're absolutely laser sharp clear about what that is. I feel like all the success and the people and things like that will become so much easier for everyone.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you, Tiamo. That's awesome. We have just a little bit left, but I want to hear from Matt and Friedemann as well. Just like some parting thoughts for us. We're on a thread here. I'm just following this thread. This is good stuff. I feel like there's a little bit left here before we move on. So maybe Matt, we can hear from you.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I just want to remind everyone here who's attending that you guys all have valuable life experience, and to remember that. Okay. And maybe you're not where you want to be right now, but if you think, it's a quick example, what Friedemann said about studying counterpoint, and it seemed like, why am I doing this? But what came from that was his ability to understand melody better. And, my time in the bar scene, not being happy about that, led to a way to help other musicians avoid that trap. At the time, it feels maybe almost like a waste of time, but it's not. It's a learning experience, and the growth that comes from that. And every single one of us here today has that meaningful life experience that we can take and learn from. So just a reminder.
Amazing. And we've got links for all of these rock stars in the chat right now as they're speaking. We posted Tiamo's. Maybe we can post Matt's now. We have some great questions, but if you did have questions, here are the links that you can follow to connect with these masters in their craft. So feel free to do that. And love to hear from you, Friedemann, to bring us home.
Yeah, I feel like everything I wanted to say has already kind of been said. So I just kind of wanted to put out two things that really helped me, I suppose. One is realizing that when things get stressful, and especially in the beginning when you're setting up your music career, and that includes, everything from writing songs to setting up your marketing and all those things, it can get really stressful, and there's a lot of things to do. I think so one big insight that I had was, this is never going to get less. You're only going to get better at handling it. So you better start doing that now. That was a really big one for me, of realizing that it is in my power to make that stress, go down. And the Stoics really help with that, I think, is basically the big Stoic idea is that we are in control of our emotional reaction to events in the world. Right? Events themselves have no value. It's the emotions that we assign to them that make them important to us or not important to us. And so we have a certain amount or we have all the control over that. So becoming aware of that and being able to take power over that and taking control of that, I think was very important for me. And the other part was when there's a lot of stuff to do and I get stressed a lot because sometimes there's so many things on my plate. And some of you know this, like I have a bunch of other things that I'm doing, not because I need to, but because I love doing stuff, like I'm a board game designer. I'm also a magician. And I just love doing all these things. I'm passionate about every single one of these things. And also a dad, also a husband, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on in my life, and I sometimes do get stressed. Of course I do. And the biggest thing for me was, you can't do everything, but you can do one thing and then another.
So good. Oh man. Well, I think we can all probably just go home now.
Bye. Okay, bye.
I think we got all the value we need for the event. This is fantastic. Yeah, again, thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Really respect and appreciate the work that you're doing, and I'm grateful for the community that we're building here and for you sharing the lessons that you've learned. And for anyone who is feeling inspired and wants to connect more with any of the partners who are up here, we have resources that they've created generously for each of you to be able to share. And so Matt, he has a guide that walks through how to book high-paying gigs and how to get on track to 100K per year through becoming a well-paid musician with booking live shows. Friedemann has a guide for how to write more lyrics and actually get over the blank page syndrome, to actually fill that page. And Tiamo has a guide for how to thrive in the conference market in front of sold-out crowds by doing keynote concerts. So super valuable resources. I appreciate you guys putting this together for us. And let's give a final round of applause to our partner panel for today.
Yeah! Thank you, Tiamo. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Friedemann. Thanks
for having us.
Being incredible. I want to have Ari just connect with us just for a bit and introduce you as one of our Rockstar team members as well, and connecting with our mentors, connect with our clients. You've connected with folks today one-on-one. Here's your face, you beautiful human. Can you introduce yourself, say what you're up to, and say hello?
Oh my gosh, thank you, Eli, and that was amazing. I love being a part of that. I was soaking in, and I love the heads exploding in the chat. It was great, and the wows, because I was having the same experience. But the cool thing also was to kind of, everyone dropped a little kernel of like, you've had your journey. Like I look at all of you guys as masters. You've gotten to Michael, Tiamo, Friedemann, Matt, and you weren't always that way. You had your own hero's journey, and that was great for me to see. Because we're all on our journeys and they're never finished, but there are different levels. And but clearly you guys persisted and had those moments of decision, and that was really powerful. And that's a lot about what this event is. I think this is a moment. I look at it as a moment of opportunity. You're going to get all this information here, and then it's like, is this going to be just a moment? Like, are you going to look back next year and it was like, oh, I went to MMLive last year? Or is it going to be a moment of like a door or a window that you step through into a new phase of your life? And so, yeah, I get to do so many cool things for Modern Musician. I get to connect with our partners, but I also get to be an artist success manager for the clients that we work with. And I've right before, jumping on this, I was in a room with someone that came from Friedemann's community who has really invested in their songwriting and their branding, and they're like, now what do I do with it? So the cool thing about this is, each person that you just saw specializes in something for a different place that you're at in your career, or thing that you want to do. So that was amazing, because I kind of got to see the progression. Like, you've created the music and you've branded yourself, and then it's like time to then put it out into the world and create fan connections. So yeah, I just love, I'm obsessed with being a part of this community and like getting to help artists. And I see Steve Jacobson, who I got to meet last week and who joined our Gold Artist program. Steve, you're awesome, and he has amazing music. It sounds like neo Pink Floyd, and you can see his camera on in the background. He's like a pianist and a guitarist, and there's so many amazing musicians here. And then guys like Eli, who are paving the way and doing all of it. And Eli's like one of my first mentors, along with Michael at Modern Musician. And anyway, I could just keep gushing, but that's where I'm at.
All right, you're amazing, dude. You're awesome.
Yeah. One of the greatest blessings and privileges in my life, Ari, is getting to work with you and having our meetings every week. You're just such a light, for our whole team and for our community. So I'm very grateful to have you on the team, and it's such an important role to be a director of strategic partnerships. And yeah, I know you've had a pretty amazing journey yourself, just personally, and your life as well. So I appreciate you so much, and thank you for the role that you play here.
Oh, Michael, thank you so much. Yeah, I think Shane says this, and I have the same experience. Like when I found Modern Musician, and it happened like right at the beginning of the pandemic, so it was the perfect moment. But I put it right up there, with like getting married to my wife, having my kids. Like it's on that same level of transformation in my life and continues to be. So,
Wow.
and when I found Modern Musician, I just said, I'm like, I'm in this for life, and that's how I feel. It's part of my practice of life and spirituality and human relations. So, yeah, man, I feel deeply blessed and honored to be part of this thing.
Yeah, Ari.
Yeah.
Big love to Ari. Welcome, everyone. Ari, awesome to move it back to the chat. He also just happens to be a rock star in his spare time. Avatari plays at the Viper Room, does some of the best music videos I've ever seen online. This guy just does it all, and just one of our incredible members of our team. I want to give a little kind of a reset now. That's okay. First of all, I want to give a shout out to our team who are moderating the chat right now. Big love to our Modern Musician team. Jared, Ali, Matt, you're awesome. Andrew is here. Megan is doing an amazing job behind the scenes. We've got Zach and Mario and Chance in with artists. We've got Stephen Warner, just like the man behind the curtain, making things happen. So huge shout out to our team. Will has been here this whole weekend. Spencer has been standing by. Chance, this team is just incredible. So shout out to the Modern Musician team. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Shane, for taking care of our emails. This is awesome. We have some Q&As here, some questions for these folks. I highly recommend you sign up for these mentors' free resources. Lavender had a great idea that we will post the resources from MMLive in our Discord channel. So could one of our mods, maybe Megan, just make a note to have a link with all of our resources for MMLive, so we could have that in Discord for our folks. That'd be awesome. So thank you, Lavender, for that. And we're just cleaning up these Q&As real quick. Awesome. We will make that resource for you. You're awesome, Lavender. Thank you so much. And we're about to jump on with June Lucas. He's one of our entries into our Artist of the Year. But before we do that, we're just going to take a quick little reset and connect with folks and say hi. We are almost to the end of the day here on day 2. And I recommend that if you were just like mind blown right there, now's a good time to take some movement, get some water, get some snacks, because we are on our final stretch of day 2. We're going to connect with June Lucas for a second, and then we're going to get to our big kind of presentation on how to multiply your fan base, how to engage, attract, monetize, and ascend your fans. So 2 amazing sessions coming up. You don't want to miss this, but this is the home stretch. Y'all have been amazing all day today. Thank you for joining us. And our talent scouts are still standing by. So if you'd like to apply to have your own one-on-one session today, Ali just posted it in the chat. She can literally read my mind. Go ahead and apply and raise your hand. Gabriella, we see your hand raised, and we'll get you in with one of our coaches in just a moment here. Thanks for being patient with us. Now, this is one of my favorite videos I've ever seen submitted to MMLive. The editing that was done, I can't even fathom how to do that. His personality is insane. His music is amazing. I want to spotlight June Lucas right now. and just learn about you. I want to ask you some things. I'm going to bring Michael on here to connect with you. We appreciate you so much. You've absolutely shined and thrived since you've been in our community, and you sharing your story is something that we can all learn from, because you went at it with such humility and such humor, and like the photos that you were putting up on your video like lasted only like a second or 2 seconds. But Michael's face on like Mount Rushmore will never leave my memory from
There's
now.
also on Sidious, Dolph Sidious's face, because like
So
this man is running a whole empire. Is like Michael.
What's up, man? Hey, June.
What's up, Richard? What's up, G? No, well, every day for a summer, I was like looking at you in a screen. I was like, this man doesn't even know me, and I spent like hours on my.
That's awesome. I've had that experience too. Yeah, we actually came up with a word for it. I've had this experience in a couple of different ways. I mean, I've had this experience with some of my mentors who I learned from, made a profound impact on my life, and then I met them in person, and I was like, whoa, you're a human being, and you can like move and talk, and we can interact.
Yeah.
But also with a virtual team. So June, I mean, I'm sure that we'll have a chance to connect in person at some point. Yeah, we had one of our in-person events, but we came up with this term, flesh shock, that basically defines the moment that you meet someone in person for the first time. You've gotten to know them extremely well virtually through Zoom. But then the first time that you meet them, there's a period of maybe 5 to 10 minutes where you experience the phenomenon of flesh shock. And you're like, whoa, you're a real human being. And like you actually have a 3-dimensional space. But
I will leave you both to it. So excited that you're here. Thanks for taking the time with us.
We're
we're gonna learn right now.
Yeah, so June, this is the first time that we've actually connected face to face. So I watched your video and it was fantastic. I could tell that you have like a clear genius zone around like some of the editing stuff that you're doing, which is awesome, and just a great sense of humor as well. Logan spoke specifically about how your personality was just one of his favorite clients that he gets the opportunity to work with. So
I tried to keep it tame with the mentors. I don't know how that ended up like. Yeah, but yeah.
I love it. I like it. I want more of it. So June, let's kind of zoom backwards in time to before we connected, before you came through the modern musician community. And I'm curious what was happening and what kind of led you, like how did you discover modern musician and what made you decide that you wanted to, make that decision to go all in on your music career?
All right. So that's one of my favorite questions. In the beginning, like how I came across modern musician, like on surface level was like an ad, and then I clicked on it, and like usually I never click on ads, but like the actual story goes like way back, like before I even like existed, because my parents were a huge factor into this, that got me into music, that got me into doing this whole thing. And the story takes place like way back when, I was born in South Africa. And the reason why that was, well, my parents, they were born and raised in China. But the thing is, they wanted to move to the US in search of a better lifestyle, but it was a tough grind in China because of the sheer competition and the population. And but because they couldn't speak English and barely had a chance to finish high school before like having to work, they settled for a third world country, which had like tremendous potential and opportunities at the time, which is South Africa, my home. And the original plan was to build themselves up, learn English and stuff before moving to the US. But then I popped out of my mother's womb like 5 years earlier than expected. And I was like, "Stop, G." And then I was like, "Yeah, please." And then the whole plan shifted into raising me to the best of their ability. And, the love and time they poured into raising me was phenomenal. Like they sold their business to take care and make time and take care of me. Like, they're not as goated as you. You like low key run a diamond running mining empire while also taking care of your family. That's kind of crazy, but also like you wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning. I don't know. But yeah. So my mother made it like a huge point, like where she wanted to sign me up for piano lessons, guitar lessons, drum lessons, or when I was young, and buy these instruments for me, because she told me that growing up, she wished she had the opportunity to pursue these interests. And now that I had these interests, she saw that as like the golden nugget. Like when you have like your interest, or like something that resonates with you, there was something worth investing in. And so, like, all throughout school, I was known as like the music kid in town who could play all these different instruments. And but by the time I was a senior, I made the decision to pursue music in college, because like there was no chance I was gonna study something normal and get a normal job, or sit in an office working as a school principal or something. I'm kidding, Shane. Um, but like, yeah, especially because my grades were atrocious. Like, it was the only thing I had going for me. So I was advised to move overseas to pursue music in college, because South Africa didn't really have like modern music programs. But we thought that, if I'm like gonna move all the way across, I might as well like make this 5-year trip worth it if I'm going to leave my family, travel across the ocean, you know. And so I went on Google, typed in best music school in the world, Inter, and up came Berkeley College of Music. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to audition. I ended up getting in, but the thing is, I asked my parents, how on earth are we going to afford the tuition? And they said, don't worry, we got your first year covered. And they sent me off. But here's the thing, like when I landed in Berkeley, I saw a massive pool of talent, and that was when I quickly became like really insecure of myself. And, I was like, for 3 weeks, I was convinced that the guitarists over here were either on crack or psychedelics, because like, how do you make the fretboard go but still make sense? So I was like, I went from being the music kid in town, to being just like a below average Joe. And there were so many better people than me, better people. And, that's when I began to lose my identity, because I was thinking, how on earth am I going to make it in this music industry? So, I was like, screw it. I want to learn how to sing, because my voice is something that nobody else could replicate. And but it wasn't about a year later until I found out that my parents had sold our family's house in China to be able to pay for my tuition. And my grandfather rented out all the rooms of his house to live with strangers after my grandmother passed, so he could raise money for my tuition. And my aunts and uncles and cousins and chipped in as well. And now recently, my brother as well. And that was the greatest act of love that I felt from my family, because, it's one thing to say, yeah, you got this, we believe in you. But it's another to like bet your whole life savings and take a gamble on your son or your grandson's career. And, they kept it a secret from me, because they wanted me to focus on my music, on school, and not what my family was going through. But like, for fear of like putting pressure on me. But funny enough, it actually had the opposite effect on me, where instead, knowing that, the pressure lifted, and it kind of turned into it was like perspective, like determination, because I realized, damn, this like whole thing, this isn't about me. It never was. It's about my family and what I could do for them and their future and their grandkids, and recently my mother told me that the reason why my family was so willing to invest and support me was because, for generations they had been seeking ways, out of poverty and making something of themselves. And as soon as news spread that, I was the first generation to make it to college, um, like or even more like a well-known one in the US, like that's when they all gathered everything and so that they could like buy into this dream of mine. And my grandfather told me how important investing in knowledge was, and these opportunities come by once in a lifetime. So like that that always rings in my head. Like when I was like seeing modern musician, I was like, that's like the once in a lifetime opportunities that I got to hop on. Um, that like knowledge, it's like priceless, and for them it became like a symbol of hope. Um, this route that I was able to take while leaving the country, and many people say that like would say when I tell the story, like, wow, that must be a lot of pressure, but like, here's the thing is that music isn't really pressure. It's a privilege. Growing up in a country like South Africa showed me that pressure is like something like having your relatives kidnapped or being robbed or being unemployed or not knowing where your next meal came from. But like being able to study music, something that I love in a dream school and in a country that people wish they could come to, and having resources like modern musician guiding you along the way is a privilege. Um, and now that I had my head screwed on straight with some perspective, like I asked myself, what am I here at Berkeley for? I'm here to learn, not to show off to others what I've already learned. And once I was able to like let go of my ego like that and humble myself and become a student, suddenly this pool of talent like wasn't so intimidating anymore. But instead it was like, I felt like a kid in a candy store where I could get to learn about all these different cool things: vocal performance, songwriting, music production, dance performance, and that's when the real journey begins, when you open yourself up to learning, and so like right now, my biggest dream in the future is to be able to repay my parents and family for everything that they've done for me, because the love that they've shown for me since day one, since the day I was born, and the sacrifices that they made, like I want to be able to give them a dream that they've always wanted, to move into the US, buy them a house, give them the gift of knowing that they want at life, and accomplish everything there is to accomplish. And by doing that, it's to begin the journey of learning and being humble and understanding that there are people out there who are willing to help you um, and give value, And so the thing with modern musician is we also preach giving value, and not just taking. And that was like the main selling factor of, yes, we can get you these streams, yes, we can get you these fans, yes, we can, but how do we get you to best provide value as the youest you? And that's something that, yeah, I just like couldn't find anywhere else. So I was like, I'm gonna pull the trigger on this one. And like for the first time ever, like I clicked on an ad. I was like, all right, fine, yeah. And yeah, that's what kind of led me here to watching you every day for a summer.
Holy cow, dude! Wow, what a story! Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, I can imagine that your parents, I'm sure, are so proud of you and what you've done already so far. And you're still, this budding musician. You have still so much potential and opportunity that you're growing into. So I am really, really excited for you, and congratulations on making it to this stage, to being one of our finalists for Artist of the Year. It sounds like you certainly deserve it. And um, yeah, and I mean, one thing that comes up too, just hearing your story, is when we talked earlier about that mindset of like decision and like going all in and making it happen, and how when you did that, there's a sense of relief. Like there was actually like a relief when it wasn't like the opposite of like pressure or hesitancy. It was like, no, it's like, okay, I'm all in now. Like, and I think that's a powerful lesson, you know, for all of us, and a good reminder of the power of making a decision. So let's fast forward a little bit to, you know, your journey in modern musician. You know, attending Berkeley is, you know, an incredible opportunity. I've never attended a music college, but Berkeley certainly seems like, you know, one of those, if you're going to attend, it has, you know, an established curriculum. So I'm just kind of curious to hear your perspective of having attended a college like Berkeley, and also having gone through our Gold Artist Academy. And I'm curious to, yeah, to hear your perspective on the benefits and how you view these different opportunities for education and learning and growth. We're in such a crazy era of the world right now with online education and online coaching, and certainly that's evolving now with AI as well. So yeah, I'd just love to hear what your perspective has been.
Honestly, and I'm gonna like be for like the thing is everything that you can get from Berkeley you can pretty much get like online, perhaps even better. Like the thing is like with Berkeley, it just holds you accountable, like because you're paying so much and you're in the space. So like essentially what Berkeley did for me was just the environment I was in, right? Because everyone around me was a shark. Everyone around me was like, I could learn something from my peers, and like not something, everything I learned, you know, in combination with my professors and my peers. And it was and you know there are plenty of people out there, like majority of people out, like you really don't need it like to go to a music school to excel in music by any means. It just helped me dive into the environment and sort of that's how I built that's how I was able to build the engine for it. But the thing was with modern musician, that's like what took the dormant engine and like built a car around it and then started like running it and like actually like getting you places. And so like those two in combination was like what helped me personally. There's so many different ways in which you can go about it. So like if you're thinking like, oh, I'm losing out because I didn't attend, you know, it's really like it's not so much really the classes. It's just I guess like the environment that I surrounded myself in, which you can find, you know, plenty of other places, but that just how what worked for me. And so did that answer your question?
Yeah, it totally does. Yeah, I think, you know, this topic is fascinating just because you know, the education system in general, you know, it seems like we're at a point right now where there's huge opportunity for growth and like in revolution. And I think Berkeley is probably one of the best. It seems like one of the best schools that if you wanted to attend like a in-person college for music, it's, you know, that they've created a curriculum around it. But it does seem like there's just the world is evolving so much around education and the internet, and and what we can build here with like communities and surrounding, you know, ourselves with, you know, these high level musicians. You know, it's interesting, and so yeah, I appreciate your perspective. And
I'm like starting to see like modern music. It basically it shifted into like because now I see like every year I see like the communal aspect of it grow bigger and larger and more, I guess, immersive. And it's like I'd say like in 2 3 years it's like what I got from Modern Musician, I'm not gonna lie, was like it was it, it was like on par, if not more valuable than like the degree, the piece of paper I got, you know, because it got me somewhere. It actually it was, and the mentors, you know, that actually genuinely like care for you and care about you, and then the people, the musicians that you actually get to like interact with, that you get to learn from, who take part, you know, who walk the same road as you and have sort of the same goals. I think that's massive for anyone's growth.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's super humbling to hear. Is just even being in the same conversation as Berkeley, which has been around for a long time, and is I think probably at least 10 times, if not more, expensive generally than the art program that we offer. But so having having been through the program, I'm curious in terms of biggest insights or lessons or takeaways, and things that might be valuable for people who are who are here right now as well. I'm curious, yeah, what were some of your biggest insights or takeaways or lessons that you got from going through the program?
Right. So after I put my music out, and started training with modern musician, I began to, start having listeners who then became fans of my music. And I was like, okay, I saw that well, on the ads, I was like, okay, cool. That sounds relatively normal. But on one of the artist showcases that I had, one of my songs brought a girl to tears, which confused the heck out of me, because I remember scrolling through the testimonials at the time, and then I was like, nah, they're just making this stuff up. Yeah, right. You woke up to messages saying how someone cried to your song and changed their life, until until it actually happened to me. So I was on a song that I didn't even intend for to do that, and so I was like, all right, okay, right, you got me again. But it's but she told me that she could relate to the song so much because of what she personally went through. But at the time of writing the song, I had no idea. This was purely something I wrote for my sake of letting loose. So upon realizing that people out there will actually hear your music and interpret it in a way that's meaningful to them, it further convinced me to persevere on the path of music creation. And here's the thing, along this journey, when you go a modern musician, Tiamo was speaking about, your why will become even more clearer. I found out even more of my whys on this journey. So I thought to myself, if music could move someone to tears, if my music can move someone to tears, perhaps it could have the power to move someone toward comfort or away from loneliness, or toward inspiration and away from hopelessness. Any difference that we can make in their lives, even if it's just for 3 minutes of their lives. A fan messaged me 3 days ago saying, after one of my artist showcases, and told me that, it saved her. I don't know what she meant by that, but she said it prevented her from doing something stupid. And that was massive for me, because getting more and more in tune with my fans and my listeners also made me see that, fans weren't just numbers or statistics on a screen, streams or follow counts or dollar signs. They were actual humans on the other side of the screen who genuinely love music and care about you and want to support you. And that's when I realized that, those are the people I want to be making music for and giving my time and energy towards, ones that appreciate my individuality, not those record labels, those A&R executives or CEO or vice president of this department who, sit in these office chairs and be oh, you don't got the look, or oh, you don't got the sound, or, whatever things, but the thing is, apart from making music with and for my fans, it was also we've also built an amazing community as well, where it's not just about the music or me anymore, for that matter. It's one big family, and a support system where everyone unites and shows love towards one another. And, you know, one of my biggest dreams is to build a fandom where that is our brand and specialty, like that what it's known for. Like we support each other as much as we do, like the artist, and that you won't be judged, and you know that your voice will be heard, and that you matter. It's like, you know, but like first and foremost, the power to change lives is like, you know, for the better. That's awesome. But like, you know, before we even speak about that kind of stuff, you know, we want to make sure that our art is up to the standard of its highest integrity. And, you know, currently I'm by no means where I want to be musically and dance wise, because dance and stage performance is a part of my storytelling apart from lyrics. Yeah, so that's why I'm here taking part in the training, so I can build something that will support me in the long run, you know, while I hone my different crafts and invest more and achieve, you know, what I set out to achieve one day, which is hopefully being in a position to work with some of the best talents or crews or teams across the world to create impactful and meaningful art, like not just in the realm of music, that can like hopefully get my message out and, you know, hopefully make a positive impact on people's lives.
Holy cow, dude. It's just so awesome. Congratulations on what you've accomplished so far, and you just you know it when you see it, right? And I think everyone here can just feel and see your authenticity and the connection, like everything coming back to that impact and that connection, and actually, you know, having those conversations with your fans and hearing how your music is affecting them and changing their lives. Just awesome. And it also reminded me of what Tiamo said earlier with, or was it Tiamo, or maybe I think it was Matt actually that was talking about learned confidence, I think, and about how, yeah, I think there is something to like you gotta at least believe it enough to be willing to like, you know, to go for it, you know, first before you have the proof, before you have the results. But man, like there is another level that gets unlocked when you actually start experiencing the real proof and the real results, and you start, you know, keeping track of that. You start, you know, grabbing screenshots of that so you can remind yourself, you can anchor yourself on, this is what I'm here for, this is what I'm doing. Love it. So thank you for coming on here live to connect more. And actually, do we have a little bit more time, Eli, or how are we doing on time right now?
Yeah, we're gonna kind of just like wrap up this segment. I am just floored. Oh my gosh, June, I am just floored. I was in tears. I had full body chills. I was like, if only I can believe in myself as much as like your entire family does. Like, if only all of us could like have that faith in ourselves. You know what I mean? That you do, that you like exude. Like, absolutely incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you just being open and being like, you know, available for us to see ourselves through you and see our own struggles with ourselves and our journey. You're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. This whole team is just floored by who you are and what you brought to our community. Do you recognize any of these people? Do you recognize Zach? Do you recognize Michael?
Yeah. He was the first one who roped me into this empire.
Okay, is it really? Okay, so you recognize Zach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Jared, good to see you as well. Jared, I remember the Logan.
Yeah, there's RA just showing up. We just want to like, this is like a TV show. It's like we're just like bringing the whole crew on and just letting
Brady
you know.
They were like my
How
Obi-Wans,
much we
Mace Windu's, my Obi-Wans, and you know, Michael the Yoda.
So I just wanted to bring the whole team on here just to like let you know how much we appreciate you and how we talk about how, you know, check out this guy is just on it, like he gets it. So thank you for being here and sharing, and yeah, we really appreciate you.
So thank you for having me. Thank you so much for listening to my story and my 2 cents. And yeah, legends. You guys are legends. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. This is such like a TV show moment. This is great. This is so fun.
If I ever get to meet you guys in person. Oh, also, I was told that Michael, you were taller than like.
He's tall.
He's tall. Damn.
He's very tall.
I get that a lot during the flesh shock. Yeah, the first time meeting, because that's the first time that we're not on the screen. But
Aaron, the legend.
There's Aaron. Yeah, the whole crew.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah,
so much.
let's give some emoji love to June in the chat, and I'm gonna keep our team up here, just because we're gonna do a little love session for our next session. June, we love you, dude.
Peace.
I see you, June.
Yeah. Look at this team.
Man.
What's up, squad?
What a cool dude. I mean, June, man. I was trying to hold myself together, but I was starting to feel emotional during a few parts of that as well. It's really powerful, a powerful story, and just like such a big heart too. You could tell that he really cares. That he really cares about his fans. And there's a quote from Steve Jobs. That one of my mentors, he got an opportunity to meet Steve Jobs after one of his presentations, and he asked Steve, "What do you think the most important thing was, that led to your success?" And Steve Jobs kind of paused for a moment, and he said, "Yeah, I think it's just that we really care. I think we just really care." And at first, my mentor was like, "Well, like, like what? Like that seems like kind of like a cliche answer." But then it really kind of like sat with him, and the truth of it, kind of came out. It was like, yeah, like so much of it really is about truly caring, and that's a lot of what we talk about with focusing on, contribution. Like, why are we here? Why are we here? We're gonna be gone someday. We're gonna die. We're gonna struggle. We're gonna have achievements, but we're a time limited thing. Why are we here? And the ability to contribute and to care, to really be connected with that is incredibly powerful, and you can sense that when you see it. And so I felt that with June, and I certainly feel it with this amazing team that we have here.
Yeah, we get it. We feel it. And it's great to like that vibration that you put out, attracts amazing artists like June, attracts us at Modern Musician. Just want to give some love to our team here. Shout out to Zach, our talent scout, Ari, our artist success manager and partnership leader. Logan, actually, this is the first time you might have seen Logan. If you're new here, he is like the entire fulfillment guy, and he drives our tech. Hannah does our artist identity sessions. Aaron does all the sessions and helps with tickets and our support. Jared's our marketing guru, and Megan has made this entire event possible and keeps us happy as a team. So I wanted to let you all know that you actually have an opportunity to speak with these people right now. If you are ready and if you already applied to that link that's in the chat, Zach is here. He'd love to connect with you. Ari is here. He'd love to meet you. And if you join our group coaching or our Gold Artist Suite, you will meet Hannah. You will connect with Aaron. Jared will help you set up your ads, and Logan will make sure that you are a success in the program. Obviously, Michael is everywhere behind the scenes and building templates. So these are the people that you get to work with this year. If you do decide to apply, just click that link, raise your hand, and we would love to meet you too. So shout out to our Modern Musician team. Love y'all. Woo!
Yeah! Woo!
Thanks, gang. Thanks for coming on just for a bit. Appreciate you. Thanks, Zach. All right.
And that was just a small fraction. We got limited. That was the max amount of spotlights that we could do. I mean, huge shout out to all of our team. I mean, Steven is here working nonstop behind the scenes. We got Matt Fawcett as well, tech wizard, who's been helping to make sure everything runs smoothly here. So I'm just extremely grateful for the team members, and they deserve a huge round of applause. We'll go through this maybe when we're getting ready to wrap up the event. We can do a proper celebration for all of them, especially.
Yes, I just want to let folks know that they are standing by here for you. Carla, we see you. We'll get you in your one-on-one in just a hot second here. You can apply now and connect with these amazing folks. And we are ready to have our final session of the day, which is our fan base multiplier session with none other than Michael Walker. Michael, if you want to take a little break and hang out, come back, or if you're ready to rock, you just let me know.
I think it might be fun to do a real quick dance break slash movement session, and I might grab some water while we're doing that. Then we can come back and we can rock it.
Cool.
Yeah, and to give you guys, I mean, you need to have a good cliffhanger. Yeah, this is so don't go anywhere, folks. Um, we are about to cover the fan base multiplier session. So here we're going to dive deep into specifically how can you get your music heard in front of the right people, and we're going to do an exercise that's going to give you more clarity than maybe you've ever had in your entire life of who your fans are, where they hang out, and how to connect with them and build your audience.
Yeah.
All right. And for now, we dance.
You know what? I just thought about the song. Okay, like dance. Like what is a song? Who does something like that? And I think it's Jamiroquai. Do you guys remember Jamiroquai from back in the day?
Love
He's got this
Jamiroquai.
song. I think it's Cosmic Girl, where it's like dance. Or is that Canned Heat? What is that song where he's like he has that...
Eli, there's an obvious right answer here for this one.
What is that?
A song about dancing.
Oh.
Perhaps a dancing, I don't know, on what, a front porch? I don't know, maybe in a kitchen?
Oh.
Dancing. Where would be a good place to dance? Huh.
Should it be like the lawn? Should we dance on the lawn?
I think that's probably the proper place. If only someone had written a song that, could perfectly encapsulate this experience.
Let's dance on the lawn.
Falling to pieces in my room. Are you coming over? That's cool. I could use a little something to do. We could go outside, take a little ride if you want to. That's cool. I did what I was supposed to. There's nothing left for me to do. So now I'm poking out my head through open windows. 'Cause that's what I feel like.
Here we go.
Want me to say something? I come up with nothing. Maybe we can talk until we figure out a topic. Been so long in my head, caught up in my feelings.
I see you, Rakuda.
Everyone get up out of your seat and dance!
And when it happens,
You got us.
I'll be dancing on the lawn when it happens.
Hey, Carla.
When it happens,
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, Sam.
I'll be dancing on the lawn when it happens.
Screenshot from my vision board. Oh man, y'all are the best. Thanks, Michael.
That was our very own Eli Lev, Dancing on the Lawn. Wasn't that song amazing? The music video you did for it was awesome too. So that was the one with the fan submissions, right? And everyone was dancing. Beautiful.
Thank you. That made my day.
Awesome. So so let's dive into our last presentation for today, which is fan base multiplier session. And specifically, the exercise that I want to start with is, it's when you think about who are your ideal fans, who are your fans, who are the people who are most likely to enjoy your music. Generally, those people, they're going to congregate in some kind of community, right? And so really the question that we're kind of looking at is, where are the communities that exist where the people that would like my music could be a soundtrack to that community. My music would resonate, would vibrate with that specific community. And so I think just the practice of thinking about building your fan base in this way, thinking about those communities, can be really powerful. And this was a concept I've heard articulated really well, called the Dream 100. And this is an idea from a guy named Russell Brunson. He's the guy who created ClickFunnels. And the Dream 100, the idea is that you make a list of 100 of your dream people, your dream contacts that you personally would like to collaborate with or connect with. And once you have that list, then you can do some pretty clever things with it. You can go totally over and above and to cut through the noise and reach those people. With Russell, he described how he had that list, and that's how he met Tony Robbins. And Tony Robbins has become like a huge partner for him, and along with dozens of other contacts. And another way that I would think about doing this process for yourself is when we talk about building a funnel. A funnel or a journey that a fan goes on is extremely powerful, and it's a way to create a path for a fan to go from a listener to a subscriber to a customer to a member of your community. But when you're doing that, you really are just reaching one person at a time, right? There is sort of like the level at which you're connecting with people going through the funnel is one person at a time, which is powerful, and it's a great way to start. It's just one at a time. And if you go tour hacking and you meet one person at a time, it's a very powerful way to start. But there are ways to gain leverage, right? And gaining leverage is an extremely important principle, because it basically is allow you to get increased production with less effort on the front. And so basically the idea with creating your Dream 100 is that you can, whenever you connect with someone that is on your Dream 100, and let's just imagine like right now in the chat, I'd love to hear from you guys who's like, and it doesn't have to be the number one person, but who's one artist that you absolutely adore or you love that is currently still alive, that would be a dream come true if you got to record a song with them, or if you got to go on tour with them or play a show with them. I'm just curious to hear what are some of the artists for you guys who that would be. So for me, I mean, one of the people on my Dream 100, and this is like an ongoing joke on our team, because I use the example that I use for whenever we're talking about like a high level of artist, is Ryan Tedder. So Ryan Tedder might be on my Dream 100 list, but yeah, I'd love to hear from some of you guys who that would be. Eli Lev, says Vaz. Well, I happen to know a guy who could probably connect the two of you, Vaz. Paul McCartney. Great. Alex Benjamin for my daughter. Chris Martin from Coldplay. Cease Wyans. Or Cece. Yanni. San Holo, Paramore, 21 Pilots. Nice. Okay. So the benefit of creating this list, and one way to visualize this is that when you connect with one of those people from your Dream 100, it's not necessarily just one person that you're connecting with, but you're actually connecting with all of their community at the same time. Like it's like a supercharged way to gain leverage, because rather than just meeting one person at a time, when you build a relationship with that one person, you are actually building a relationship with their whole community. And there's an interesting like fractal kind of nature to this. Like there's a macrocosm, a microcosm, there's a meta sort of nature to it, in the sense that, I mean, for example, the partner panels that we had on our presentation today, these are all amazing musicians and people that are serving musicians in different ways. And everyone has a community of, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of artists. And so if we're looking at, how do we connect and share, our message and what we offer with more musicians, then one powerful way that you can do that is by identifying who are the other people that already have your audience, who are the people that already have that community. And rather than reaching out to everyone individually, if you have an opportunity to go directly to the source and connect and build a relationship with those artists, then that can be, you can gain leverage on ways to build your community. Now, in some cases that might be easier said than done, but I want to share some strategies and some exercises that can allow you to start to build a relationship and get an opportunity to be able to collaborate with artists that are at that level. And to start with, I just wanted to acknowledge that principle that we've called this tour hacking before, virtual tour hacking, but really what this is all about is this is about maybe fan base hacking. It's about community hacking, and hacking from a standpoint of not necessarily you're trying to get one up, or there's like a limited number of fans trying to steal fans from these communities. But this is a way to gain leverage. It's a way to hack the systems, the algorithms, so that you can actually serve a greater number of people by exerting less energy to be able to reach more people at one time. So the way to do this is by creating a funnel specifically designed for those people that are collaborators to you. And your Dream 100 might be made up of people that are at a much higher level than you. And it can be valuable to create a campaign to reach those people, because there's always a percentage. There's a percentage rate. That's one of the truths of building a funnel, is that there's always a percentage of people that will go from point A to point B. As long as the offer's there and there's a way to take the next step, then even if it's 1 in 100, that means that it's 1 in 100. That means that if you reached out to all 100 of your people, that you might have someone on the level of Chris Martin, who you're able to connect with. And when you get one of those opportunities, it's a breakthrough. It really allows you to experience a huge quantum level shift in your career. So that's one exercise that we're going to do here together. Is we're actually going to take a break and we're going to brainstorm. We're going to make a list of your Dream 100, and once we have that, we're going to do some cool stuff using that list. But I just wanted to start out by painting a little bit of the picture of the purpose of this strategy, and to plant the seed for what I think is one of the biggest opportunities that we're going to be diving deeper into in 2024, is around creating better ways to facilitate relationships between you and other artists, especially if it's other artists in the modern musician community. Then I think what you're going to find is that there's a very positive, collaborative nature to all of the artists who are here. I think you're going to find if you reach out to other artists that are present right now and you have a question, or you'd like to collaborate or do a co-write session, you're probably going to find people who are excited and are, a part. They understand, they get it because they've been here. And I also think that there's an opportunity to connect with artists that aren't necessarily a part of this community, that, you being on the cutting edge of using these tools and using Street Team and digital marketing and running advertising, that's a pretty amazing skill set. And I think that one thing you're going to find is, and all of us are going to find, is as we do this together and we share what's working and we create our own templates. Chris Angeles came on here earlier, and she shared how she's using Street Team to create a Grammy campaign. That's incredible. Like, I didn't think of that. We built tools. We have a community. We have mentorship, but we didn't think of that. Eli, Lev, and we have several artists now that have really built amazing templates and tools around creating gig funnels and created them in Street Team. And so I really think that collaboration and facilitating the relationships between each other is a huge opportunity. And one thing that we should all consider is creating our own funnel of sorts. And the main offer not necessarily being for collaborators that you're going to offer them something for sale necessarily, but more so that we're going to make an offer for some kind of collaboration. You might go from someone that is a similar artist to you, and the next step is to reach out to them and connect and offer to do a co-write session. And then the next step might be to schedule a collaboration. And then the fourth step could be to to actually release that collaboration to both of your audiences. If you have 1,000 fans and there are 10 other artists that have 1,000 fans that you reach out to and you do these collaborations with, and you both release them to your audiences, then even though you're all at around the same stage in your career, then you'll experience a significant growth. There might be some overlap between those 10 audiences, but likely you can go from 1,000 to 5,000 fans in your audience, and you didn't necessarily have to pay for ads to reach those people. You didn't necessarily have to post on Instagram every single day for a few months to reach those people. It was really just because you connected with the other artists that have also been building an audience. And so I do think that there's huge potential in terms of hyper networking and building those as well. And those are templates and tools that we're creating for you in Street Team to make it easier for you to collaborate. So to start with, I would love to go to an exercise where we take really as long as it takes, but I would say like between 5 to 10 minutes is probably going to be enough, maybe. But what I want you to do is I want you to grab something to take notes with. It could either be a digital document or it could be a physical notebook. And we're going to brainstorm, and we're going to make a list of 100 artists that are either similar to you or that you're a fan of, and that you feel like have influenced your life or your career in some way. Even if your music, you don't think it sounds similar, you think it's a different style, if you love their music, then it's probable that there's a reason for that, right? And that your music is influenced by them in some ways that might be hard to see on the surface. So the idea here is that we're going to go to this exercise, we're going to brainstorm, make a list of those 100 artists, and then we're going to move to the next phase of the exercise so we can start exploring ways to build relationships with those artists and their communities. Make sense? All right, so let's go ahead and let's throw up the exercise graphic, and we will go to our exercise where, again, basically what we're doing is we're brainstorming all those artists. And real quick, we got a resource for you. If you need help with brainstorming, there are a lot of different types of tools that you can use to do this. But this is one that I personally really like. It's called musicmap.com. And basically how this works is if you come here, you can type in the name of an artist. Like, let's say Elton John, for example. So someone said Elton John. Then here, this is going to pop out a big list of artists that are similar or related to Elton John. And so what you can do is you can just write down all of the names on here that you recognize. And heck, if you don't recognize some of these, this is a great music discovery tool as well. So maybe some of these people are music that you would resonate with and are potential audiences to explore. But to start with, we're just going to go through and we're going to make a list of 100 of our favorite artists that we can use as initial Dream 100. All right, let's do it.
Hey gang, we're writing down our top artists or producers or photographers we'd like to work with in 2024. It's our Dream 100 exercise.
Actually, just starting with the artists for now, if possible, and then we can branch that out to the other parts as well.
Awesome. Just starting with artists. Also, if you would like to apply for a one-on-one session, if coach is standing by, we're going to post the link to apply in the chat, and you can raise your hand, and we'll be happy to connect with you one-on-one. Thanks, y'all.
Sun says nothing but red, yeah. Dark days coming. Can't get out of my head now. I keep on running. Try so hard to toe the line. Sometimes life's a thankless grind. Freedom calls outside these walls, but they're not gonna break. I could use a little faith. I could use a little fire. I got one foot in the grave. Lift me up, help me fly, I'll take us higher. Give me a light in the dark, yeah. Candles burning. I run with the beat of my heart, yeah. World still turning. Leaning hard on solid ground, but I can't hear Sunset's nothing but red, yeah. Dark days coming. Can't get out of my head, nah. I keep on running. I could use a little faith. I could use a little fire. I got one foot in the grave. Lift me up, help me fly, take us higher. I could use a little faith. I could use a little fire. Like a captive in a maze. Set me free, help me reach for our desire. Desire, yeah. Set me free, help me reach for our desire.
Thanks, Matt.
Bro.
Thanks, Matt.
Bro. Jared. Yeah. Wow. I remember Jared saying, I told my band that we're writing pop music. That's what we're doing. And I was like, yes, I dig that.
Pop music of death metal.
Yeah. Absolutely. From this sweet genius man. That was archaic. Check them out. I have learned how to listen to this music over the last 6 to 8 months, and now I'm in. I'm all in. I'm going into the labyrinth of Hungry Ghosts.
Thanks for all the love in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Jared. And maybe Michael, you can come on and wrap up the activity as we're ready for our next segment of MMLive.
Awesome. How's everyone doing? After you get to around 50 or so, it's like, holy cow. Yeah. You start to really have to dig into some of your musical taste. But I'd love to hear how that went for you guys in terms of your experience. Did everyone get like a list? How many people did you get written down on your list? If it's not 100, that's okay. But I would definitely encourage you to take some time to complete the exercise and get to 100. Joyce says she's at 77. Awesome. Well, what I want to share with you now is actually a resource, and it's kind of the next part of this presentation, which is a way to kind of practically apply your Dream 100. And Eli kind of clued into it a little bit when he talked about different types of contacts, different types of industry connections that you could brainstorm as well. So before I go into that, I want to just double check here and make sure that we're on track in terms of the segment. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So, the resource that I have to share with you is with one of my favorite tools. And this is one of those that, if you're just starting out, might stretch your comfort zone a little bit, but man, it's totally worth it. So I definitely encourage you to stick with it. Is a tool called Notion. So Notion has a free plan, so you can sign up for it completely for free. And how it works is you can create databases. And what we've created here for you is a artist database that's going to allow you to create a system around how you're doing these reach outs to hypernetworking. So to give you an overview of how this works, can you guys see my screen right now? Do you see just the Notion box or? Yes, beautiful. Okay,
you can
you see the whole screen?
Sorry, if you can maximize the Notion box maybe, just so it covers the whole screen.
Yeah, do you see like the whole screen including the Notion box, or do you see just the Notion box?
We see the whole screen and the Notion box. So maybe just share the Notion. There we go. Nice. Got it.
Okay, perfect. So basically what we've created here for you is a resource that we're going to share so you can actually duplicate this and you can create your own version. And, of course, if you have a different way that you prefer to do reach outs like this, you can. But what we've done here is we've created a hyper networking board that basically allows you to systematize the process for reaching out to similar artists to you and connecting with them and then actually doing a cross promotion. So here's the walkthrough of the system. So basically, the little bonus section here that I haven't talked about is what I'd really like to do is to continue this process in our modern musician community. And so maybe we could actually create a channel in our community in Discord that's specifically designed for this process of co-writing and collaborating and basically coming together to help each other grow. But the idea here is that you can, for all the artists that you wrote down here, or if you make a list of any other modern musician artists who are here in the chat or who are here in the Discord community, then what you can do is you can add them here and you can say the status is next when you're ready to to reach out to these people. And maybe you do one a day. Maybe you just set aside 10 minutes a day to do this for a week. And you can say, okay, these ones are next up. These are on my calendar for this week. I'm going to reach out to these 7 artists. And what you can do is you can assign a date that you're planning on reaching out to them. So you could do this also one day a week, where for like 20 minutes or half an hour, you actually do the reach outs. And then what you can do is you can basically just send them a message and reach out and ask if they're interested in connecting. How I'd recommend doing this is, and we'll include a template of a sample reach out message that you can send. But the general idea is just reaching out, and the subject line that we found that works best for us is literally just reaching out. Another one that we use sometimes is getting in touch. And you can reach out, and especially if this is an artist that is on a similar level to you. If this is an artist that is at the top, the top of their game, then what you might do with this list is you could reach out to them individually, but that they might be a little bit harder to connect with directly or to find a contact email or phone number. But you could find a contact within, like 21 Pilots, for example. You could reach out to their manager, but you can basically put the contact here that you can find for each artist. And the process that I'd recommend for collaborating with other artists, and specifically a good place to start with this is with the artists who are here in this community, because we're all here to help each other grow, and we're all here for this process, so we understand how this works, is to initially reach out and introduce yourself. Generally, how I like to do this is I'll reach out to people for our podcast. So this is one of the ways that we were able to hit number 2 on Apple Podcasts for music interviews, is literally this exact process, but done for music mentors. And the idea for you would be you'd reach out and say something like, hey, first name, just wanted to reach out and get in touch. Yeah, I'm a big fan of your music. I really liked the song that you recorded, and I think that my fans might like it too. And so I'd love to support you and kind of hear what's when you're planning on releasing new music, so I can send some love your way. Would you be interested in connecting on a short call sometime in the next couple of weeks? So generally, that's the very short, simple reach out message that I'll send to kick things off. And then the call to action is to book a short meeting, oftentimes just on Zoom, because that's a platform that most people are familiar with. But once you reach out, you'll hear back from some people. If you reach out to 10 or 20 people, then depending on the person you're reaching out to, it wouldn't be unexpected to hear back from 5 to 10 people who say, yeah, like I'm interested in connecting more, especially if you reach out in the right way. Notice how when we reached out here, it wasn't, hey, here's who I am, and it's all about me, and I want you to promote me. That doesn't work very well. But if you reach out and you are genuine about being a fan of their music and saying that you want to support them and that you think that your audience would like their music too, that's going to give you much, much better results than trying to focus on getting something from that initial reach out. And then from there, you can connect on a meeting. And so as you schedule these, then you can actually just move this status to scheduled meeting. And the next step is to, on that meeting, I would recommend getting to know them and connecting, and just hearing a little bit about what they're working on, what they're excited about, and what their plans are. If they have an upcoming release or an upcoming show or tour, you can just use that as an opportunity to learn more about them and what their plans are. And then I would also use it as an opportunity to schedule a co-writing session with them. I think it's a great place to start. And we've had some multi-platinum musicians on the podcast, and one of the common things that they point to is that co-writing is an incredibly important process to both improve your own skills, but also to build this network and relationship. And when you create a song together, it's like you both have an incentive for that song to do well, right? So there's a lot of wisdom to this co-creation process of creating the music together. And so I think that's a good next step. It's also lower commitment, but it's a good way to kind of test the waters and see if you are a good fit. So after you complete the co-write session, then the next step is to schedule a time to cross-promote each other. And what I think is one of the best ways to to do this would actually be to do a joint show. And this is a strategy that's been around since the dawn of bands and artists. Is going on tour together, playing shows together, show swaps. If you have an audience in your city, then you can book a show there and they can come play that. And then if they have an audience in their city, then you can go to them and you can play. And that way you can kind of cross network and cross pollinate. Right. So that's been the case for a long time. What hasn't, I think, been perfected yet, at least, I mean, there's definitely some people doing some really creative things. But what we'd like to do here is really create a good system for you to be able to do this kind of show swapping, but to do it virtually, to do it online. And so I think one of the best ways that you could do this would be to do a live stream together. And on this live stream, maybe in a future not too long from now, we can actually just go live together and perform at the same time. That would be really cool if we could collaborate. But the way that I would look at it is you have a couple of options. With this live stream, you could each perform live if you feel comfortable with your technical setup. If you haven't done this yet, then I would highly encourage you to start getting comfortable with live streaming and performing. It's one of the best ways to connect with your fans, and you can do it pretty easily on Zoom if you want to. You can turn on original music or original sound. It sounds good. Otherwise, another opportunity for you is that you can actually use Discord, and this is plugged in with your Street Team account and with your Inner Circle. And so what you can do is you can basically start a stage, and you can say, live performance, for example. And you could actually very easily bring another artist onto the stage. So both of you are on here and you could connect and you could each perform one of your songs, or you could maybe share it as well. You could even just stream it together. You could listen to it together. But the idea is really about bringing your audiences together and doing some sort of performance or connection. And I think a shared live stream is a good thing to schedule. And once you do that, I wonder if you guys can still see my screen. So I don't know if you can see my screen or not. I might still have been sharing Notion, but this is what Discord looks like.
Yes.
So you can actually go live in your Discord, and then you can actually invite someone on stage. I don't know if any of our team members wanted to hop on here quick onto the invite stage, but it's really cool. And then you can also have people come on stage as well. Here's what I'll do. I'll just go to the podcast stage, and technically we're not doing the podcast, but that's fine. MMLive 2024, baby. Three Scotch in is already here. What's up, Aaron? Ding, ding, ding. We've got a winner.
Oh my God.
So it's really cool. So you can have people come on stage here. And then actually, if I wanted to invite one of the artists to come on here as well, then, boom, it's me and Eli. And, I have an opportunity to introduce Eli to the audience and maybe to share one of his songs or a couple of his songs, a music video as well. You could share, a YouTube video very easily here. But I think that's really like the next step that would probably make the most sense. After you connect with an artist, you do a co-write session, turns out, wow, you guys really vibe well together. Hey, maybe, this might even be the best idea. Maybe you take that song that you co-wrote together, take the song that you created together, and you actually share it with people that are there. Maybe you both invite your audiences to the live stream and you say, hey, we've been working on a song together. We'd love to hear what you think. And you come together and you share, the creation that you made. That's a really cool idea. So I do see we've got some folks here in the audience now, which is awesome. Hey, Riley, what's up, man? So if you're not here right now because you're here at Modern Musician Live, then definitely check your email and come hang out at Modern Musician Live. We're wrapping up day number 2 right now. It's amazing. But we're doing a little bit of a demo of Discord, and we're talking about how you can use it to collaborate with other artists and co-write songs together and to share those with your audience. Super powerful. So yeah, I'm going to leave the stage now. But that is the next step here is, after you do a co-write session, it's also a chance to connect and see if you're a good fit. and then you can schedule a time to do a show. Now, if you are using Street Team, then, and if they're using Street Team, now it's like double win, because you could actually have a template, right? Have a sequence. Imagine, if there was a sequence that you could use to basically automatically send your fans to register for your next upcoming show, that you're going to share one of these songs, you're going to collaborate. And imagine if they had the exact same template as well. And so now you just both have a really nice system to be able to come together and be able to grow. So the last step here is we have completed show. So that sort of symbolizes the end here. I'm probably going to, just because I like having these colored, we're going to make this one green. We're going to say delete. And that is how you can build a system to connect not just with one artist or not with one fan at a time, but actually with thousands or tens of thousands of fans at a time. It's also just fun. I mean, talk about like a way to be creative and co-write, to get into a good habit of doing the thing that is amazing for our career anyways, which is co-writing. I'll also say that I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. I would love to, in 2024, do some more collaboration personally with some artists in our community. So this goes for sure for our team members. It also goes for sure for gold artists and platinum artists, and just in our community in general. I would say if you're a member of our artist development suite, then I'm throwing my hat in the ring. I'm very busy, have a very limited amount of slots, but if it's a good fit, like musically, then I would love to connect more with you guys and to create music together. I want to get into a habit of doing some co-writing every single day, ideally, maybe half an hour to an hour a day. So this is a system to be able to manage that and do it. And in terms of to walk you through the other steps on this, we've got a follow-up process listed here. So if you reach out to one of the artists and you don't hear back for a few days or a week, you can kind of decide how long you want to wait, but I would say a week is probably about a good time frame. Then you could basically switch it to follow-up 1, 2, or last follow-up. So this can kind of help you manage your follow-up process. And I will tell you that the follow-up process is easily one of the most important parts of this system. If you don't do the follow-up process, then you'll probably miss out on over 90% of the people that would have said yes to a collaboration. And in particular, the last follow-up is a really powerful message. If you follow up, if you reach out and you follow up once or twice, and then you reach out, and in the subject line you say last follow-up, and you say something to the degree of, hey, just want to follow up one last time here. You're totally cool either way, but I would love to collaborate and connect and support you. So if you're interested, just let me know. That last follow-up message, there's something about the phrasing on it, or just something about the fact that it's your last follow-up, that it tends to over 50% of the people who end up saying yes to something like this, it's on that last follow-up. So yeah, that's a quick walk through the process. We have some columns here for contact name, email, phone number as well, so you can kind of manage the follow-up process. This could be, if you could do this directly in Discord as well. Like now that we have our Discord community, you could manage a lot of this even if you don't have a name, or even if you don't have the email address or phone number, you could actually use the DMs in Discord to reach out to each other in the community. So yeah, we're going to create that channel for you guys to kind of throw your hat in the ring, and let's start collaborating more in 2024 and start making some beautiful music together and scheduling some live streams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah. You do it so well. I don't know how you do it so well, but you do. Michael Walker.
I never would have thought. Yeah, I mean, like the yak cam, gosh, where did that even come from? I wish I could go back to the moment in time, but like I didn't make this noise ever. I never made this noise in my life. I didn't think I was possible of doing this noise, but then there's something, yeah, about it. It happens.
That is amazing. Y'all, we are at the end of our activity of a Dream 100, which I love. Hyper networking is so powerful. It's allowed me to meet producers that have elevated my music. It's allowed me to co-write with artists that I just never thought that I would. And yeah, Michael, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you brought up something that I kind of spaced on, but this is actually amazing. This is a really powerful part of this as well. Is not only do we have this artist resource, but we have this producers resource, and this is a linked resource. So check this out. If we wanted to, let's say that we created a view called production, then we could actually say I'm going to hide all of these except for producers. Okay, and make sure. Okay, so basically what you could do here is for each of these artists, one of the smartest things that you can do if you're looking to hone in your music quality or your music production is actually to go through and make a list of producers. And what happens is when you research, let's say for example, I wanted to look up, what would be a good one here? Maybe the script. I want to see who produced the script. I love the script. I love their sound. Then I actually could go to Google, say the script producer, and you can see that there's a list of producers that they've worked with. And so what you could do is you could actually click on this, and you could type on, you could say Mark Sheehan, and then click the plus button, and that's going to add a producer to that other database. So if we came back in here and clicked on producers, then looks like this must be linked to. One second here. I'm going to just restore that. Perfect. So basically, whenever you add someone, it's going to add them to this new database. And it's going to have a linked artist as well, so you can see who the producer has worked with. And probably what's going to happen here is after you go through this process, if you make a list of all of the producers who they've worked with, you're going to have some overlap. So for example, if it turns out that Andy Grammer also worked with Mark Sheehan, then rather than creating a new one, I can just link it to Andy Grammer as well. And now, when we go back to producers, what's going to happen is it's going to show both of these artists under this producer. So this is kind of a cool way to brainstorm who would be the highest value producers for you to work with. Because if you go through your Dream 100 and you have a few producers who've worked with like 10 of those artists, maybe, crazy idea, maybe you recording a single with that producer might be a doorway to be able to connect with some of these artists. And certainly it can be a way to get a sound that represents, that's similar in some aspects to these artists that you're a big fan of.
This is so good. Michael, can you share that link with us, the resource to the Notion board?
Can do. Yeah. I probably should give you a quick walkthrough of kind of how you can duplicate this and use it as well. So basically, I'm going to share a link to the hypernetworking workshop, and I'm going to make sure that this is published, and we're not going to allow editing, so we don't all edit the same one. We're going to allow duplicate as a template, and now if we put this in the chat, when you click on this, it's going to open up in Notion. If you have Notion and you've already installed it, then it'll just open up in your Notion. But if you haven't installed Notion, then you'll go through a simple sign-up process for a free account for Notion. And then at the top right, there's going to be a button that says duplicate. And when you click on duplicate, then it's going to ask you where you want to duplicate it to. But once you duplicate it, you'll have your own version of those templates. And you can basically use those for yourself.
Yeah.
So,
thank
yep,
you,
that's
Michael.
how it goes. No problem.
Amazing. Love it. Hyper networking, so powerful. Appreciate you taking us through that. Let's do a quick recap of day 2 before we wrap up for today. And our VIP room is actually open right now. So if you're a current gold artist. And if you have already upgraded to VIP, you should be receiving an email with the link. Megan is there. Grant is there. Our team is waiting for you, and we'll continue the love there with some hot seats. We'll get to know each other a little bit more, maybe even some breakout sessions today. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, the link is right there in the chat. But in the meantime, let's close for today. Michael, how do you feel after day 2 of MMLive with our fan base?
Oh man, I mean, my heart is full right now. It's just so big. We have another incredible day tomorrow too. Like we're going to get into some of the most important, valuable parts, tomorrow. So it's yeah. I mean, it's always one of the highlights of my year. This is the 4th time that we've done this now. Next year we might even, maybe we'll even do like a live in-person component to it. But yeah, I'm very grateful for all of you and for the community, and it's always super inspiring to me. Like I learn so much being here, being a part of this from you and from our artists who submitted for Artist of the Year, from our team. So yeah, feeling awesome.
Same. Yeah, today was our fan base multiplier. We talked about our fan base multiplier overview in the beginning. Michael took us through that. We spoke with Joe Eddy today, with Chris Angeles, with Phil Johnson, and Joan Lucas, who is our Artist of the Year top finalist, and heard about their stories, some compelling life stories and artist identity and what they've gone through and how they've transformed through Modern Musician. Has been amazing. And we also had a pretty incredible fan base focused training with Jared and Megan. Thank you both for holding space there and showing how to boost our fan base. Plus, we had our partner panel with Tiamo and Friedemann, and who's our third?
Matt Santry.
Matt Santry. Oh yeah, awesome. So we'll have all these links available for folks who can pick up those free resources at the end of the day today. And Michael, can you speak to a little bit for anybody who's still a little bit nervous about applying for a one-on-one coaching session? If you haven't yet, what might help them kind of take that leap? We have coaches here that are ready to connect with them one-on-one. Maybe speak with that if there's any artists out there that's like not sure if they should actually take the next step with Modern Musician, or if they're not sure about doing music as a living in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know for sure without knowing like what exactly the hesitation would be coming from. But yeah, I would definitely encourage you to reach out to any of the team members who you see in the chat if you have any questions or something that's like preventing you from submitting one of those applications. And in terms of like, we put these here for a reason. Like we put them here to provide value to you extra while you're here. And so, definitely make, feel free to take advantage of them. Like they're a gift to you. So like, you don't have to, like there's no, you don't have to be at a certain point of your career. You don't have to be like somewhere else in order for you to be like eligible to do one of those one-on-one sessions. They're purely there to help you kind of crystallize your music career for the next year and to strategize and figure out what is your goal for yourself in the next year as it relates to your music. So yeah, I would encourage everyone that's here to take advantage of the resources that are available to you. Again, as a quick reminder of just like how that works, if you click on the link in the chat that Ali just shared, then you can submit your music and share some details about where you're currently at in your music career. And based on that form, we can match you up with the proper coach that will help create a strategy for you for the next year. So that's how it works. Oh, and also after you submit that application, if you can raise your hand, in the Zoom meeting, that's basically how our team knows that you've submitted the application and you haven't gotten one of the free coaching calls yet. So yeah, that's an important one as well. I know we still have like a bunch that applications that have come in that we're still like matching with the coaches. So if you're here right now and you've submitted an application, raise your hand. If you are confused at all about the process and you're wondering like you want to do one of the coaching calls but you have a question or you're stuck in some way, raise your hand and our team's here to help you and figure out how to match you up with the right coach to take to make next year, make 2024 the best year yet for your music.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. And yes, Annette will get you on your one-on-one session in a moment. Michael, you are just an absolute bomb of knowledge and care and attention. And you're just in service. I can tell. You know what I mean? Like your whole ounce of being is just to help folks get to that next level. So I appreciate you so much. I'll give you a little bit of a break before you head to the VIP room. Maybe just a shout out to Michael Walker today. Some yes, some big emoji love for this incredible dude and all that he has created and manifested through his energy and through his existence. Thank you, Michael. You're amazing, and all the artists that came on here. I know you take it to heart, but I bet it's pretty awesome seeing that from your side too.
Thank you. Yeah, this is awesome. This is so cool. And I appreciate you, Eli. I appreciate everyone who's here and being a part of it. And yeah, we're creating some sparks. Like we're creating some momentum for the next year. It's gonna be an incredible year.
Yes, awesome. Thank you, Michael Walker. He's gonna go to our VIP. Annette, I'm gonna connect you with Chance for your one-on-one session. So I'll move you there now. And we're gonna keep on going here. I'm gonna hold some space for folks. If you have any questions for me about next steps or what you think would be best, our coaches are standing by, ready to connect with you. So I'm gonna actually match you with one of our coaches. So Annette, I'm moving you to room 1 with Chance, and you should be all set to go. And Jay, I've got you there too. I'll connect you with one of our coaches as well. Thank you, everyone. You are fantastic. I'm here. We're hanging out. If you want to chill, any questions for me, happy to answer. And if you're ready for the VIP room, it is open now. So head over there for your own breakout session and hot seats. It's going to be a good old time. Well, yeah, I got you. Okay, I'll get you in there as well. We'll post the link too. And we're going to get you matched. So Hogarth, first thing is to fill out our application. Allie is posting that in the chat now. And I'm going to match you up with one of our coaches so we can connect with you. And Jay, I'm going to move you with Zach in room 4. So Jay, thanks for raising your hand. I'm going to get you there right now. And once you have filled out an application, just raise your hand so I know that you have, and then we're going to match you with a one-on-one coach. These are free sessions. This is a gift. This is just a gift, y'all. This is a gift. Modern Musician Live is a gift for me, for awesome folks, for all of us. So if you have applied, just raise your hand and I'll match you with one-on-one with one of our coaches. If you just want to hang out with me in the chat, give me your takeaways for today, I'd be happy for that as well. So yeah, we're rocking. Post anything you need to know in the Q&As or the chat, and we're all good. The VIP link is coming to your emails now. So if you signed up for VIP, for a gold artist, check your email for that VIP link. Awesome. Thank you all so much. This has been an amazing day. I will stand by, hold some space for folks for any follow-up questions. Oh, thanks, Lavender. Yeah. Let's do a show. Let's connect. I love that. Yeah. If I'm on your Dream 100, I'm a person. I am an actual human being. And I like connecting too. So we'll make that happen. Let's see. We got a question here. T. Goldthorpe asks, where do you apply? So I will post the link right there for you. If you'd like a free one-on-one session, you can apply here in this link and raise your hand and I'll match you with the one-on-one coach right now. Awesome, y'all. We are rocking it. Thank you for a great day. Matt, maybe you can just kind of have the MMLive graphic up with some slight background music for a little bit to let folks hang out or filter in or filter out as they'd like while we get our VIP room set. Y'all can head over there whenever you're ready. Thanks, Matt. Matt Fawcett is another incredible artist. He's got a new song. Check it out on Spotify. Matt Fawcett, absolute inspiration. Our team is just the best. What's the new song, Matt? Is it Slow Down? Slow Down. Yep. Latest single by Matt. Amazing. Matt, if you want to play your song for us, love to hear it. If you feel like it. Great. I'm just checking with our team, and the VIP link is on its way to your emails now. Let's listen to some Matt Fawcett. Thanks, Matt. You deserve it, dude. You're working hard all day today. Appreciate you. All right, gang. We've got Hogarth. You got your hand raised. We'll match you up with one of our coaches. Let me just make sure that one is available. Thank you. And stick with us. We'll get you in just a moment.
Time flies by without a sound. Rush and rush, never satisfied. Till we burn out and we wonder why. Slow down. Slow.
Thank y'all for an amazing MMLive Day 2. We're back tomorrow for our revenue multiplier. Just holding space right now, making sure everyone applies if they want to. If you are ready to go to our VIP room, the link has been sent to your email. And if you're ready for a one-on-one coaching session, hang out with us, get your hand raised, and we'll match you up. James, I use DistroKid. It's super cheap. It's like $30 a year to release however many songs you want. So you got this, James. You can invest in yourself, invest in your music. It feels good.
You're more than what you do. You are loved because you are you. So slow down. Slow down. Breathe in and breathe out. And just slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Breathe in and breathe out. And just slow down. Rest and know you'll never be alone.
Beautiful, Matt. Slow down. What a great reminder. Thanks, gang. I'm going to hang out just for a little bit here while people filter out and make sure that you've applied. Allie's going to post the link one more time. And we will close the day for today. See you tomorrow. Day 3 is coming.
gonna die. Either way, choose, that's life. So I let the love erupt in me. Planting seeds, growing trees in my city. Learn a lot from the jocks and the hippies. Balance, aligning at the light that's in me. Imagine that a life worth living. Keep it in the burning image. Sheesh, spirit let out for the leash. Limitless, watch I reach. Keep it 100, it's free. Love who I am, cause I'm me. Keeping all 10 toes down. Connecting my heart and my crown. Where I find peace right now. Peace of mind, I just might find. Give your all, keep it going, let your light shine. Shine, shine. Can't avoid the light that's life. Either way you go, you're gonna die. Either way you choose, that's life.
Yeah, y'all were rocking. That was Apollo Fresh, one of our gold artists, platinum artists here at Modern Musician. I don't know who this is, some weirdo. But after this, yeah, we'll throw on some Hannah's Field.
I was on a train in the middle of the city. Saw a girl sitting on the floor with the headphones on. She was humming a tune, looking as happy as she could be. Nodding her head and closing her eyes and singing the song she was singing. And the sun broke through the windows. Now everyone's humming along. Yeah, she got everybody singing that universal song. I was on a cruise in the middle of the ocean. Was sitting alone at a table for two. The band was on a break, cause the singer, he was late. But the second he got on stage, started singing that same old tune he was singing. And everyone ran out onto the dance floor. They were shaking their hips and moving along. He got everybody singing that universal song. I read on the news today that they made contact with outer space and a transmission was coming in loud and clear. All the scientists and linguists and astrophysicists tried to decipher the sounds that were coming into their ears, but all they heard was they started moving their shoulders too. They all agreed that that's what we should do. Now everybody in the world singing. They got their hands up in the air. Everybody's getting along, 'cause everybody's singing that universal song.
All right, we're gonna do one more jam here before we close out today. I see a couple hands raised. We'll try and get you in your one-on-one session. If not, no worries. We'll find a time that works for you soon. But hang out with me. It was an awesome day too. If you haven't applied, the link is in the chat. Steven is the VIP link dealer. If your VIP link hasn't come yet, just DM Steven, Modern Musician, right here. He can make sure that you're there. Thank you, Allie, for posting our application link. Thank you, Lavender.
Good Jamaica morning, sipping sunshine juice with you. Your energy, it carries me into cosmic loving. I'm feeling like a goddess every time we kiss. I would give up everything to taste your happiness. That's why I'm so grateful to be alive. So grateful to be alive with you by my side. Driving through blue mountains, traveling on islands town. My saintly Rastafari king, I love to hear you sing. And you know I love to sing. Breezes blowing, we're floating, joyous children. Nowhere to go, the road is open. We're living for this moment. That's why I'm so grateful to be alive. So grateful to be alive with you by my side. Good Jamaican nights, flying in my dreams with you. I know you'll always catch me if I fall from flights. I will reach heaven, 'cause you let me in. Your angel eyes are shining, mellow moon is rising. That's why I'm so grateful to be alive. So grateful to be alive with you by my side. With you by my side.
All right, thanks, Matt. Let's pause the music for just a moment. Thanks, y'all. We are about to wrap up day 2 of MMLive. Day 3 is coming tomorrow, which is going to be off the chains. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be our best one yet, if you can believe that. So if you're here and you haven't applied, we're going to post the application link another time in the chat. We have folks on our one-on-one sessions now. If you'd like to connect with one of our coaches, you can. Just apply and raise your hand. We've got Chance right now, Mario, and Zach talking with artists and seeing which is the best fit for them. This is just a free call just to see where you're at and put you exactly where you need to be. It's just a gift for you for applying and for being here for MMLive. Thanks everyone for rocking. If anybody does not have the VIP link, that should, if you're a gold artist right now, or if it hasn't come to your inbox, just let us know. And we'll make sure that we can get you over to our VIP session now. Thanks, everyone. This has been an awesome day. I'm going to sign off my microphone and video. We've got the link to apply there, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Rakuda. Appreciate you.
It's been 7 years Since I last saw you, I'm fighting back tears. So much that I never got to say, facing my fears. Wish I could call you and tell you that I wish you were here, but you're gone, 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 gone. Now every September I can't sleep at all, can't help but remember the smile on your face, the one that you wore through the pain. Now that you're gone, there's a hole in my heart. It's hard to move on, cause it tears me apart inside. Yeah, I wish you were here tonight, but I still pretend that you're here. You're up there in heaven, but someday I swear you'll come down, put your feet on the ground. It might sound crazy, but I know there's somewhere, somehow, I'll see you again, tell you about all of the places I've been. Every day that I live, all that I want is to make you proud. As I travel the world, I keep catching glimpses of the happiest girl. And somehow I know that it must have been you. I guess that you've heard, I'm chasing my dreams, and it's all cause of you. You don't say a word, but I know that you're here with me too. Now when it's February, I daydream and think of when you might get married, someone deserving, someone who loves like you do. You would have had such a beautiful family. Someone like you just deserves to be happy. It tears me apart, cause I wish you were here tonight. I still pretend that you're here. You're up there in heaven, but someday I swear you'll come down, put your feet on the ground. And it might sound crazy, but I know that somewhere, somehow, see you again, tell you about all of the places I've been. Every day that I live, all that I want is to make you proud. And sometimes I still hear the sound of your voice ringing out, and somehow I know you're still around, looking down there from up in the clouds. But all that I want is to make you proud. All that I want is to make you proud.
I wake up, take a breath, wonder what's coming next. I have scars that the world never sees. Wasn't asking for this, and if I had a wish, I'd go back to who I used to be. Back before the sky fell down, but I'm living in the here and now. I'm not a hero, I'm only a human, battling demons, and some days I'm losing. But I keep my head up, and I keep fighting, 'cause even the smallest of us can take down a giant. At the end of the day, when my mind starts to race about things no one else understands, I remember there's more. I'm still writing my story, and I get to choose how it ends. I'm not a hero, I'm only a human, battling demons, and some days I'm losing. But I keep my head up and I keep fighting, 'cause even the smallest of us, yeah, even the smallest of us can take down a giant. Can take down a giant. Yeah. Whoa. I can take down a giant.
Mrs. Complicated, always looking down on you. No wonder why you're jaded. She's leading you on, it's nothing new. Always looking for guys unlike you. She's always looking down on you. What's on your mind? Baby, I just need you to tell me a lie, something with an attitude. Mrs. Overrated, first she's up, then she's down on you. About to lose your patience, she's back around right before you do. Always looking for guys unlike you. First she's up, then she's down on you. What's on your mind? Baby, I just need you to tell me a lie, something with an attitude. Hold me close, say my name. Your wicked games drive me insane. What's on your mind? I know I just need you to. Something with an attitude. Someone new, someone new, someone new, unlike you. 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 What's on your mind? Baby, I just need you to tell me a lie, something with an attitude. Hold me close, say my name. Your wicked games drive me insane. What's on your mind? I know I just need you to. Don't hold me close, don't say my name. Don't hold me close, don't say my name. What's on your mind?
Do you remember we were 16 years old and thinking that we'd be young forever? Things are different now and that's just how it goes. But I still think of when we were together. Just you and me on a weekend night, getting in trouble, living life. Man, it all used to seem so easy. Don't look back and don't think twice. But if I called you up tonight, tell me, would you still wanna see me? 'Cause I've been reminiscing reminiscing, and girl, I miss you so bad. I've been thinking it was just bad timing, but we were both too young to know this was true love. I can't hide it, you're the one I want beside me, but we were both too young to know this was true love. We were both too young, we were both too young, we were both too young to know that this was true love. If I could go back to before we were done, I wouldn't think twice, no, I'd just do it. I didn't know it then, but now I'm sure that you're the one. Girl, you know that we've been through it. And even when we tried to fight, that just never felt quite right. We were too caught up in our feelings. So don't look back and don't think twice. But if I called you up tonight, tell me, would you still wanna see me? Cause I've been reminiscing, and girl, I miss that love we had. I've been thinking it was just bad timing, but we were both too young to know that this was true love. I can't hide it, you're the one I want beside me, but we were both too young to know that this was true love. We were both too young, we were both too young, we were both too young to know that this was true love. And girl, I miss you so bad. I've been thinking it was just bad timing, but we were both too young to know that this was true love. I can't hide it, you're the one I want beside me, but we were both too young to know that this was true love. We were both too young, we were both too young, we were both too young to know that this was true love. We were both too young, we were both too young, we were both too young to know that this was true love.
Scrolling through
I aged more today than in all the years before. The storm within my soul has been unkind. So let's get lost and found, with our hearts beating so loud. They're drowning out the questions in our minds. And we'll run, 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 run deep into the night. Embrace the dark and count the stars we can't see in the light. Said darkness is our friend, but I've always been afraid. There's no compass and no map in this masquerade. Don't know what I'll become, but I heard the morning dove, so I learned to sing a silent serenade. And run, 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 run deep into the night. Embrace the dark and count the stars we can't see in the light. Run, 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 run deep into the night. Embrace the dark and count the stars we can't see in the light. Oh, run, 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 run into the night.
I'm in the corner, running down the clock. A minute for the fallen, a second for the lost. I didn't think it was over, but how wrong I was. A minute for the fallen, a second for the lost. And I know that you didn't change at all, but I miss you. I wish I'd go one last time, maybe in another life. Maybe in another life, you can teach me how to breathe. In some way I can try to repay you for all the times that you saved me. I didn't think it was over, but how wrong I was. A minute for the fallen and a second for the lost. I know that you didn't change at all, but I miss you. I wish I could one last time. Maybe in another life, you can teach me how to breathe. Some way I can try to pay you for all the times that you saved me. Maybe in another life. Another life.
He wanted a pretty thing to dance with to the melody and show off like a trophy queen, but not forever. Handed me the lover's cup, thinking I was dumb enough to smile and blindly drink it up, but I know better. Half empty or half full, it was poison. I put it on the floor, but not with you. You give me something pure I can't resist. When I'm with you, I taste the beat of heaven in your kiss, and I'm poison, poison. There was something in his eyes that told me he was breathing lies. He never made me feel alive like he had promised, but I had all the winning cards of how to break the king of hearts and left him lonely in the dark. Oh, how ironic. Half empty or half full, it was poison and I was out the door. But not with you. You give me something pure I can't resist. When I'm with you, I taste the beat of heaven in your kiss, and I'm poison, poison, oh poison, and I'm poison, oh poison. Half empty or half full, it was poison that wasn't wonderful. You give me something pure I can't resist. When I'm with you, I taste the beat of heaven in your kiss. But not with you. You give me something pure I can't resist. When I'm with you, I taste the beat of heaven in your kiss, and I'm poison,
Falling into the ocean, make my way to an island, rest my head in the sand. Softly, softly I hear a whisper, somewhere deep in the forest, a secret to understand. The ocean breeze is getting colder and the mystery is getting sweeter, and I find myself parting ways with the sand. When you're by my side, the world gets brighter and I come alive like streaks of fire. I remember myself, and that's the way it should be. I was all alone, felt so empty, then you filled my home with love and beauty. I forget myself, and that's the way it should be. And that's the way it should be. Slowly, slowly I kiss your soft lips, plant a seed deep inside you, a secret I understand. Tiny, tiny lights start to glisten, blossoming through the darkness, a rhythm God must have planned. Cause that little heart is getting bigger, and I hear that song a little louder, and I find myself coming back to the sound. When you're by my side, the world gets brighter and I come alive like streaks of fire. I remember myself, and that's the way it should be. I was all alone, felt so empty, then you filled my home with love and beauty. I forget myself, and that's the way it should be. And that's the way it should be. As I'm by your side, the world gets brighter and you come alive like streaks of fire. I see a pair of new eyes, they're the way they should be. When you're by my side, the world gets brighter and I come alive like streaks of fire. I remember myself, and that's the way it should be. I was all alone, felt so